Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope you slept well and you are ready to continue general debate today. So we continue the speakers who didn't give the floor yesterday. And this next speaker is Mr. Mabuza from Eswatini. Please, the floor is yours.
Vice President of the IPU, Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, Presiding Officers, and Honorable Members of the Assembly, distinguished panelists, we are deeply honored to address this esteemed gathering of the 151st IPU Assembly. The theme, Upholding Humanitarian Norms and Supporting Humanitarian Action in Times of Crisis, compels one to observe Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, which in turn does not contain a specific chapter on humanitarian norms. Instead, it uses a transformative and universal approach that links humanitarian action to sustainable development. The agenda's core principle is leaving no one behind, which requires humanitarians and development actors to work together to address the root causes of crisis. The 2030 Agenda reinforces existing humanitarian norms through its overarching principles and specific goals. One, leaving no one behind. This reinforces the principle of prioritizing the most vulnerable and marginalized people, including migrants, refugees, and internally displaced people, to universal human rights. The agenda is explicitly grounded in international human rights standards. This means that humanitarian aid and sustainable development efforts should be guided by a human rights-based approach, and success is measured by how well people are able to enjoy their rights. 3, gender equality. This reinforces humanitarian principles, requiring that assistance and protection consider the specific needs and vulnerabilities of women and girls in crisis, including protection from violence and exploitation. Our head of state, His Majesty King Mswati III, during the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, has called for collective action on both domestic and international actors to work together in crises, for example, pandemic and natural disasters. Humanitarian norms are grounded mainly in international humanitarian law, the body of that regulates the conduct of hostilities and, to an extent, in international human rights law as it continues to apply in times of armed conflict. These norms include protecting civilians from attack, ensuring the protection of those not fighting, and facilitating humanitarian aid. This year marks 80th anniversary of nuclear detonation in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Since then, more than 2,000 nuclear detonations have taken place around the world. These detonations have demonstrated the human and environmental destruction. Today, the risk of using nuclear weapons is higher than ever before. The prohibition and elimination of nuclear weapons is humanitarian imperative. A nuclear conflict would have catastrophic effects on human health, the environment, the climate, food production, and socio-economic development. Eswatini has piloted the Nuclear Radiation and Safety Bill. The International Committee of the Red Cross is the only institution explicitly named under international humanitarian law as a controlling authority. The legal mandate of the Red Cross stems from the 4 Geneva Conventions of 1949, as well as from its own statutes. Its relevance, even today, remains exclusively to further its humanitarian mission of protecting the lives and dignity of victims of war and international violence, and to provide them with assistance. Humanitarian action in times of crisis involves providing timely, needs-based assistance to save lives and alleviate suffering through a range of activities such as delivering food, water, shelter, and medical care. This assistance is a short-term emergency response to disasters, conflicts, and health crises, and its goal is to help affected people maintain their dignity and return to a normal life. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, we have a collaborative stakeholder approach to address humanitarian action in times of crisis. The country has a unit called the National Disaster Management Unit. The key responsibilities of the unit is to offer assistance on saving lives and alleviate suffering through a range of activities such as delivering food, water, shelter, and medical care in situations of disaster. Eswatini's refugee regime encourages asylum seekers and refugees to integrate into society, and they peacefully live alongside the host community. Asylum seekers and refugees are allowed to work. In conclusion, this 151st Assembly is enjoined to hit to the following key attributes: save lives, to provide immediate support to prevent loss of life and suffering, alleviate suffering. Aid is focused on reducing the impact of crisis on affected populations, maintain human dignity to ensure the basic needs and dignity of those affected are protected. Assistance is provided based on need alone, regardless of ethnic origin, gender, or ideology. For this journey to be successful, collective efforts at every level, local, national, and global, are essential core principles and objectives. I thank you. May the Almighty God bless us all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Cajado Sampaio from Brazil, followed by Angola.
Dia, Presidente Gabriela, senhoras e senhores parlamentares.
Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, namely the Brazil delegation, Senator Nogueira, the MP Lins, MP Beltrán, MP Sola, Antonio Mastasia. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, I'm very happy to be here again in this assembly where the voice of the word come together. The theme today, to uphold humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. This demands urgent commitments from parliaments and concrete results, namely to make sure that the responses get to the most vulnerable ones. Global humanitarian environment today is a double acute crisis, a catastrophic financial deficit, and an ability to observe humanitarian laws, abuses of humanitarian operations that cries in consensus that weakens the multilateral system itself. According to the Red Cross International Committee, the lack of financing for 2025 goes beyond 300 million Swiss francs. This means that certain offices have to be closed and limits the presence in territories where the observance of humanitarian law requires neutral and compassionate presence. In a scenario of geopolitical exacerbations, conflicts, the international consensus will have to be preserved, namely the principles of neutrality and impartiality. Brazil believes that international order founded on law and diplomacy, not on strength, is what better serves peace and development. The multilateral vocation is enshrined in our foreign policy DNA. In at an international level, we have to look for a constructive role and leadership role. We are honored to be co-leaders in the global initiative for international humanitarian law, together with South Africa, Kazakhstan, China, France, and Jordan, as it was stated yesterday by the Red Cross International Director, Pierre Cachinman. Now, let me note the commitment of the 34th Conference of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, and the involvement of Brazil in Cartagena +40 process that led to the signing of the declaration and planned Chile 2004-2034 with conclusions, recommendations to strengthen welcoming and integration policies of refugees. In April 24, Brazil launched, together with the United States, a bilateral dialogue on humanitarian issues, migrations, and refugees. These actions that gave Brazil the recognition by the High Commissioner for the Refugees of the United Nations and recognizing our integration policies for displaced populations. Now, as far as the Parliament's action regarding humanitarian law is concerned, according to the Brazilian Constitution, it's up to the Parliament to ratify all international treaties signed by Brazil. Our Parliament, therefore, is like a collateral, a guarantee of the observance of humanitarian laws in Brazil, and to adequate the Brazilian legislation to the international obligations. This is what happened with the migration law responsible for regulating the temporary visa for humanitarian welcome. The Congress also acts through its parliamentary fronts, namely the one of defense of Red Cross. The parliamentarian commitment to parliamentary law is also demonstrated in our budget. A responsible budgeting towards the social resilience, health, education in 2025 received 245 billion reais and 226 billion respectively. The National Congress asks for the humanitarian responses to be inclusive, sustainable, and focused on the people. Our legislation recognizes that the vulnerable groups like women, victims of violence, children, indigenous populations, migrants, refugees. And our Parliament is aware of the importance of the humanitarian and climate agendas. We know that this challenge requires an integrated approach, and thence we try to strengthen these agendas. Finally, we state here the commitment of the Brazilian Parliament towards the respect for humanitarian international law in all cases. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Valente from Angola, followed by Canada.
Excelência, Senhora Presidente desta sessão da União Interparlamentar, Excelências, Senhoras e Senhores Presidentes, Senhores Deputados, Minhas Senhoras e Meus Senhores. A delegação de Angola saúda a todos os presentes e manifesta a honra de participar.
The Angola delegation greets all participants and is happy to participate in this debate at a time when the world is facing unprecedented global challenges. Over 120 armed conflicts and 122 million displaced persons make us think that behind each figure there are human lives that require our collective action. The Geneva Convention of 1949 the moral consciousness of humanity before war, but fulfilling them is threatened by the decline of multilateralism, the reappearance of nationalisms, and the erosion of trust in the international institutions. To defend humanitarian norms is an ethic and political imperative. Angola, in the past, endured the suffering of war and the challenge of reconstruction. So we know what we're talking about. Our country knows about the values of peace, reconciliation, and solidarity. And therefore, today we are a firm champion of dialogue, cooperation, and international solidarity. It is with this legacy that we restate our commitment towards international humanitarian law, towards cooperation among nations, and the strengthening of a humanitarian action which is more effective, more inclusive. Hence, we greet the recent initiatives like the global initiative of the International Red Cross on international humanitarian law, as well as the UN campaign for the humanitarian development and action against landmines started in 2025. Your Excellencies, in such a fragmented international context that, as the one we have today, the Angolan Parliament states that multilateralism is a necessity in order to promote dialogue, mediation, and cooperation among peoples. We advocate that Parliament should harmonize national legislations with international humanitarian law, guaranteeing financing, transparent financing for humanitarian aid, and promoting education for peace. The parliamentary credibility is a fundamental asset of multilateral diplomacy. Therefore, parliaments all over the world should lead by example, an ethic example, rejecting hate speech and always favoring dialogue and reconciliation. As legitimate representatives of the peoples that we are, we parliamentarians turn principles into laws, commitments into policies, and words into concrete actions. Your Excellencies, it is urgent to rebuild hope and to restate our commitment towards humanity through dialogue, cooperation, and solidarity among nations. We can protect humanitarian norms, alleviate human suffering, and build a future of peace and dignity for all. To defend humanity ultimately is to defend all of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Atalajan from Canada, followed by Singapore.
Good morning, fellow parliamentarians. I'm honored to participate in this critical debate on upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. Humanitarian action and respect for international humanitarian law has never been more important than they are today. As parliamentarians, we have a role to play in preventing and resolving conflicts and supporting people who are impacted by conflict or, thank you, the disadvantages of being short. As parliamentarians, we have a role to play in preventing and resolving conflicts and supporting people who are impacted by conflict or other crises, such as natural disasters. As the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development observes in its report, States of Fragility 2025, the number of armed conflicts is higher than it has ever been since the end of Cold War. That report also notes that resources for peace and conflict prevention in contexts facing high and extreme fragility are at their second lowest level since 2004. Tragically, as the Global Humanitarian Review explains, the most vulnerable are the worst betrayed. Roughly 1 in 5 children globally lives in a conflict zone or is fleeing from conflict. The report also shares that understanding the protection has left people at greater risk of violence, including exploitation and gender-based violence. Combating gender-based violence is part of Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy. In fact, the Government of Canada's report to Parliaments on the Government of Canada's International Assistance 2023 to 2024 observed that nearly all of Canada's bilateral international development assistance targeted or integrated gender equality. As parliamentarians, we can raise the importance of humanitarian action through various venues. In Canada, during sittings of the House of Commons and the Senate, members of Parliament and senators can question the government about humanitarian actions and assistance during crises and natural disasters. In doing so, parliamentarians can ensure that foreign assistance decisions are evidence-based. Humanitarian action can also be and has been examined in many parliamentary committee studies, in particular in the House of Commons Subcommittee on International Human Rights of the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development, and the Standing Senate Committee on Human Rights are frequently seized with issues relating to humanitarian issues. As donor countries grapple with their own economic concerns and citizens globally face financial challenges, we know that support for foreign assistance is dwindling. In April 2024 poll in Canada found that 59% of those surveyed believed that Canada spent too much on foreign assistance. Parliamentarians can share the value of foreign assistance, including during humanitarian crises, with their constituents in a variety of ways. These could include humanitarian crises. Doing so would help address the beliefs and concerns of their constituents with respect to foreign assistance. Communication between parliamentarians and the people they represent on the issue of foreign assistance is crucial. At the same time, dialogue between parliamentarians at assemblies like these is essential. Multilateral events for parliamentarians present tremendous opportunity to learn from others about parliamentary approaches for promoting humanitarian action. Events like this one also allow us to meet face-to-face and gain insight on a personal level about what support is needed and how best to offer that support. As the Global Humanitarian Overview 2025 tells us, people in crisis need political action to end wars, climate action to help them prepare for a shock-filled future, and development action to lift them out of a crisis. We need to act now, and I encourage everyone in attendance to seek out colleagues and engage in meaningful discussions and to bring these discussions to both open hearts and open minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Xia from Singapore, followed by Vietnam. Mr.
Okay, I think that's good. Thank you. Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Singapore stands firmly committed to upholding and advancing international humanitarian law, or IHL. As a small nation, our security and prosperity depend on a rules-based multilateral system. We therefore have a deep stake in preserving respect for the UN Charter and international law, the foundation that safeguards the sovereignty and equality of all states. Respect for international law and IHL has guided Singapore's foreign policy since independence. We acceded to the Geneva Conventions in 1973, just 8 years after being a nation. Reflecting our belief that the world must be governed by law and not by power, In 2023, Singapore acceded to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, which took effect in 2024, affirming our commitment to protecting civilians and reduce human suffering in conflict. Beyond legal obligations, Singapore contributes actively to humanitarian causes. Since 2001, we have made annual voluntary contributions to the UN High Commissioner of Refugees and other international organizations with a humanitarian mandate. As a small state, we take a collaborative approach, channeling support through multilateral frameworks, regional relief efforts, and partnership with the Singapore Red Cross to deliver aid where it is most needed. We value strong partnership with the International Committee of the Red Cross through global and regional IHL conferences, such as the Asia-Pacific Regional Conference in Manila and the International Conference of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. We share experiences and learn from each other. Within the Singapore Armed Forces, IHL's principles are integrated into all levels of training and operations. We also recognize that modern warfare and emerging technologies present new challenges for IHL. In February 2025, Singapore co-hosted the Asia-Pacific Regional Consultations with the UN Institute for Disarmament Research on applying IHL to lethal autonomous weapons. We also took part in the Asia-Pacific Symposium on IHL and New Technologies of Warfare in June 2025. As artificial intelligence, autonomy, and cyber operations become more widespread, IHL must continue to evolve, remaining relevant, responsive, and rooted in its humanitarian purposes. Singapore will continue to play an active role in advancing dialogue and consensus in these emerging areas. Madam President, Singapore consistently calls on all parties in conflict to uphold international law and IHL. Civilian and civilian infrastructures, especially hospitals and medical personnel, must be protected. The principles of distinction, proportionality, and necessity are moral imperatives that preserve our shared humanity in war. In closing, I thank all delegates who have worked tirelessly to foster dialogue and understanding. Respectful engagement builds trust, and trust sustains progress. Let us affirm what unites us and return home as advocates for humanity, compassion, and the rule of law. Thank you.
Madam Chairs, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the world is facing intertwined and complex crises, armed conflicts, migration, food security, climate change, and environmental protection. These issues are not only threatening peace, stability, and development, but also raise serious questions about humanitarian values, shared responsibility, and the compassion of every individual and nation. It is in this context, the spirit of humanity and compassion could be the strong bond that unites us, helping us overcome differences, bridge divides, and awaken the power of unity and sharing to move together toward peace and sustainable development. Protecting humanitarian standards is not only about safeguarding human dignity and the most sacred values of humanity, it is also the legal obligation, the voice of conscience, and the shared responsibility of all humankind. For Vietnam, humanitarian spirit is a long-standing tradition of the Vietnamese people and a priority in development policies and strategies. This spirit stems from a deep-rooted culture of compassion, love others as you love yourself. The good lives protect the torn ones, the moral values that have been deeply embedded in the life of the nation throughout thousands of years of history. Throughout every stage of development, Vietnam has consistently placed people at the center of its development strategy, considering the protection of human rights and the care for the material and spiritual well-being of its citizens as the foundation for all social stability and progress. At the same time, Vietnam has consistently aligned its traditional humanitarian spirit with international norms and commitments on human rights, humanitarian principles, and sustainable development. Vietnam has also actively participated in global efforts to address humanitarian crises, combat climate change, prevent epidemics, protect vulnerable groups, and promote gender equality. In the face of global challenges and conflicts, Vietnam believes that only the spirit of humanity, cooperation, and sharing can truly unite communities, overcome differences, and help humanity navigate through hardship towards a future of peace, fairness, and sustainability for all. With the aspiration for a world of peace, solidarity, and cooperation, and with the desire to work with the international community to uphold humanitarian standards and promote more effective humanitarian actions in crisis, the Vietnamese delegation proposed the following. First, Parliament should continue to strengthen national legal frameworks for the protection of individuals and emergencies and crises. This includes enacting and updating legislation related to disaster risk management, refugee assistance, protection of women, children, and vulnerable groups, as well as ensuring the right to access humanitarian aid. At the same time, it is essential to allocate adequate resources for relief, recovery, and post-disaster reconstruction programs, while encouraging the active participation of civil society organizations, businesses, and local communities. Second, Parliament should strengthen their oversight of the implementation of international humanitarian commitments. We must ensure that foreign policy, aid program, and national security strategies reflect core humanistic values contributing to peace, cooperation, and sustainable development. And third, inter-parliamentary cooperation at the international level must be strengthened more than ever. No single country can tackle global challenges alone. Parliaments should actively promote dialogues and share experiences to enhance the effectiveness of cross-border humanitarian actions, while ensuring that all relief efforts are carried out in the true spirit of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that protecting humanitarian standards above all is protecting human dignity and the most noble values of the humankind. This is not only the legal responsibility but also the moral duty and a matter of conscience for every nation, every leader, and the entire international community. It is now more than ever we must act together with solidarity, empathy, and compassion so that no one is forgotten and no one is left behind, no matter how challenging the situation can be. Thank you very much, and I wish you all good health, happiness, and success.
Ms. Kumba from South Sudan, followed by Ukraine.
Madam President, the Secretary General, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to address this August Assembly under this year's theme, Upholding Humanitarian Norms and Supporting Humanitarian Action in Times of Crisis. As the world drifts towards bilateralism and growing nationalism, the Inter-parliamentary Union remains one of the few enduring fora for multilateral dialogue and collective reflection. It reminds us that the challenges we face, conflict, displacement, hunger, climate shocks, cannot be solved by nations acting alone. The IPU stands a testament to the enduring power of multilateralism and the shared responsibility of parliaments to act as bridges between people and governments. We remain firmly convinced that multilateralism is indispensable. It is the only mechanism through which nations, large or small, can address complex global challenges effectively. Hence, we in South Sudan value our membership within the IPU and other multilateral mechanisms that allow us to streamline our needs with those of our neighbors. The consequences of humanitarian crisis are most acutely felt in vulnerable states, where the fragility of peace undermines development and weakens social cohesion. For countries like South Sudan, where communities are still healing from years of conflict, every humanitarian emergency threatens to reverse our gains, deepen inequalities, and erode public trust. In South Sudan, this theme resonates deeply. We have endured the consequences of conflict, not only domestically, but also regionally. Conflicts in neighboring countries like Sudan and DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and climate crises such as floods continue to exacerbate our needs for humanitarian intervention. Currently, South Sudan is hosting over 650,000 refugees from neighboring countries, of which 600,000 are from Sudan. Despite the internal challenges we are facing, South Sudan has accepted its obligation to upholding international humanitarian law and norms by opening its borders to those who need the most protection and support. The President of the Republic of South Sudan, His Excellency General Salva Kiir Mayardit, has always directed our security service and host communities to provide protection to refugees and a free movement to humanitarian and aid workers throughout the country. Therefore, upholding multilateralism, multilateral norms, is not an abstract idea for us. Rather, it is a daily necessity for saving lives and maintaining peace and stability. We know from experience that the protection of human life and dignity must always remain at the center of governance and international cooperation. Madam President, dear colleagues, at the National Assembly of South Sudan, we have sought to strengthen our legislative and oversight function to ensure that the values enshrined in international law are reflected in our national legal framework. We continue to review laws and policies related to human rights, protection of civilians, and equitable resource allocation. That include making amendment to our non-governmental organizations laws, which governs the operation of humanitarian organizations in the country. This is aimed at safeguarding humanitarian action in times of crisis, which requires more than declaration of intent but demands national ownership and accountability. In this regard, our Parliament has established a Parliamentary Alliance for Food, Security and Nutrition. This seeks to advance the right of adequate food and promote investment in nutrition and food security, recognizing that hunger is both a humanitarian development issue. We have launched a parliamentary caucus on water, sanitation, and hygiene to confront one of our country's most pressing humanitarian challenge, which is access to clean water and proper sanitation. To advance the humanitarian agenda, we have embraced multi-sectoral and inclusive approach. The TNLA has therefore prioritized inclusivity and partnership as guiding principle of its work. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our key national mandate at the Parliament is to oversee the implementation of the 2018 peace agreement. His Excellency, the President, has reiterated his commitment to the peace agreement and stated that he will never allow the country to slip back in the spoils of war and consider the peace agreement as the only viable mechanism that will restore peace and security in the country. I wish to report to this August House that despite the challenges we are facing in our country, the peace agreement is on track, with the hope of ending the transitional period in December 2026, marked by free and fair elections. Taking the aforementioned inclusivity further, I wish to report that in September 2025, we established the Young Parliamentarian Caucus as required by the IPU to amplify the voices of young members of Parliament in national decision-making and shaping the future. In addition, we have initiated the process of creating a parliamentary task force on the Sustainable Development Goals, composed of members from relevant committees and civil society. This ensures that parliamentary action in South Sudan is aligned with the 2030 Agenda and that our legislative priorities reflect global development aspirations. We have also committed to work through the South Sudan Parliamentary Network on population and development, in collaboration with the UN Population Fund and other partners, to advocate for gender equality, maternal health, reproductive health, and youth empowerment, as well as advocating for gender parity, girls' education, and the enactment of anti-gender-based violence law and family law as ways to protect women against violence. Madam President, as I conclude, as a speaker, I wish to reaffirm South Sudan's conviction that protecting human dignity is not optional. It is our shared duty as a country, and despite our own national challenges, we remain committed to restore peace and stability in our country and contribute to the achievement of regional and global peace and security. Thank you for your attention, and we thank our gracious host country for the warm hospitality we have received since we arrived in Geneva. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Vasilenko from Ukraine, followed by Gambia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Dear colleagues, dear invited guests. Representing the people of Ukraine, I cannot stress enough the importance of humanitarian norms and humanitarian action in time of crisis, especially in time of war. It will soon be 12 years that Russian aggression turned Ukraine into a war zone, the most mined country in the world and one of the most dangerous places on earth to live in, where every night peaceful civilians sleep underground out of fear for the swarms of missiles and drones that take out whole building blocks and leave bodies mixed up in the rubble by morning. Since 2014, it feels as if Russian leadership has picked up the full compendium of international humanitarian law, has studied it very carefully, and then made sure that the Russian military command breaks every single rule in that rule book. The consequence of this: civilians killed and wounded, terror of the Ukrainian population, especially those living under occupation, rape, torture, filtration camps, deportation, unprecedented destruction of civilian infrastructure too, 1,500 medical facilities, 3,800 educational institutions gone. That is schools, hospitals, kindergartens, maternity wards, all destroyed by the grace of Russian bombs. Even as we speak, millions of Ukrainians are stranded without electricity, water, and heat. Why? Because Russia specifically targets energy infrastructure. Who suffers? It's not the Ukrainian military, it's not the Ukrainian soldiers, it's the Ukrainian people, especially the most vulnerable groups. The elderly, the sick, those with disabilities, the mothers with small babies. For them, lack of electricity is not a mere inconvenience. No, it's a matter of survival. Because when your elevator is not working and you're on the 20th floor or 15th floor in the middle of the night and the air raid alarm goes off, how are you going to get down to the bomb shelter? You don't. You just lie there in your bed and you pray that you wake up in the morning and it's not your building that gets hit. Humanitarian aid. Russia weaponizes that too. Remember the Kakhovka Dam, one of the largest water reservoirs in Europe, blown up by Russia in summer 2023? Remember how Russian soldiers blocked access for UN and ICRC humanitarian missions condemning people in the flood? Well, we do. We also remember March 2022, when Russia bombed the Mariupol theater sheltering civilians, despite the huge letters spelling the word children right in front of that building. We remember the bodies in the mass graves of Bucha. We remember the Olenivka prison massacre. This is a POW, prisoners of war detention site, which Russia deliberately blew up to cover up the torture of the detainees. No international investigation was ever possible. Why? Because Russia refused to cooperate with UN and ICRC. Instead, every prisoner swap after that has been a painstaking sight of Ukrainian men and women who look like living corpses, undernourished, with signs of torture and stories of humiliating, degrading, absolutely inhumane, disgusting treatment hard to even imagine. Our children is another matter. Russian authorities claim they have saved 700,000 young Ukrainian lives by moving them to Russia, where their fate becomes unknown. Why? Because again, Russia does not let UN, IPU, the ICRC, or any international organization check what happens to these kids. We in Ukraine can say for certain that at least 19,500 of these children have been illegally removed, and they have someone back home, a grandmother, a sister, a brother, a father who is waiting for them. This saving mission Russia is on is nothing short of genocide against the Ukrainian people. This is theft of our youth, and this is theft of our future. Colleagues, I could really go on for days explaining and giving examples of how Russia breaches international humanitarian law and how we in Ukraine suffer. But I think I have presented you with enough evidence to show that Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine is not just another armed conflict. It is a deliberate, systemic war against the very existence of international humanitarian law. Now, the question is, what are we all, as the international community, going to do about it? One thing should be clear: aggression must stop. Ukrainian President Zelensky has clearly defined how to do this in his peace formula, which provides a pathway to a just and long-lasting peace. And I ask you in your countries to revisit that peace formula and find ways to support it. Parliaments across the world are invited to support Ukraine's initiative also on the establishment of a special tribunal for the crime of aggression, designed to ensure the responsibility of Russia's top political and military leadership. In fact, the IPU's contribution to restoring peace in Ukraine could be the adoption of a resolution on the tribunal of aggression. Dear colleagues, we are plagued with wars and perpetrators of international crimes, but we are also blessed with instruments to counter them. If we want to live in a world where we enjoy the benefits of peace and development, we must find it in us to exert the political will and use these instruments and stand together and against what is wrong and for what is right. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Nije from Gambia, followed by Cambodia.
Madam President, we gather at a moment when the moral foundation of our world are being tested and never before, when conflicts displace millions, when natural disasters devastate entire communities, and when the sanctity of human life trails. There remains an unyielding truth. That is, our humanity endures when we choose compassion over indifference, solidarity over silence, and action over despair. It is in this conviction that the Gambia anchors its voice in this assembly and reaffirms its commitment to upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. For us, humanitarianism is not a rhetoric ideal. It is a lived national value grounded in our Constitution, reflected in our laws, and demonstrated through our actions both at home and abroad. The Gambia's Constitution enshrined the inviolable dignity of every human being and the equality of all persons before the law. It forms the cornerstone of our legal and moral duty to protect life and uphold justice, even in the most difficult circumstances. In translating this commitment into action, the Gambia has domesticated international conventions such as the Geneva Convention, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. These instruments are not dormant commitments. They are active frameworks shaping how our nation protects the vulnerable, governs in times of emergency, and engages internationally on matters of peace and humanitarian relief. Our Parliament, through its Standing Committee on Defense and Security, which I have the honor of chairing, and human rights and constitutional matters, play a crucial role in ensuring that these principles are upheld in practice. Oversight mechanisms have been strengthened to hold our security institutions accountable to international humanitarian standards. In fact, training in human rights and humanitarian law is now an integral part of our national security curriculum. The establishment of an independent National Human Rights Commission further enforces institutional accountability, giving citizens a voice and ensuring that violations are met with redress. Madam President, the Gambia's commitment to humanitarian norms is not confined to legal instruments. It is demonstrated in concrete actions and solidarity. As a matter of fact, when devastating floods struck the Gambia in 2022, the crisis that was described as the worst for the country in nearly half a century. Our government, through His Excellency President Adama Barrow, mobilized swiftly, working with the World Food Programme, UNICEF, and national partners to deliver emergency food, water, and shelter to thousands of affected families. Similarly, when conflict in neighboring Casamas forced civilians to seek refuge within our borders, Gambian communities opened their homes and hearts, offering shelter and compassion to the displaced. Through the National Disaster Management Agency, our government provided food assistance, cash transfers, and medical aid, ensuring that every life mattered and every person found dignity in their hour of need. Beyond our borders, the Gambia's voices has been firm and principled in defending humanitarian norms wherever they are violated. Nowhere has this commitment been more visible than in our consistent and unwavering support for the state of Palestine. We have spoken without fear or favor against the brutal occupation, collective punishment, and persistent aggression inflicted upon innocent civilians, including women, children, and the elderly, in Gaza and across Palestinian territories. The Gambia stands shoulder to shoulder with the Palestinian people in their legitimate struggle for freedom, dignity, and self-determination. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the callous destruction of homes, hospitals, and humanitarian corridors by Israel, acts that constitute grave breaches of international humanitarian law, the deliberate targeting of civilians, the obstruction of aid, and the use of starvation and siege as instruments of war are moral outrages that the conscience of humanity must collectively reject. Our country is aware of the ongoing diplomatic effort by the United States and other partners to broker a peace deal between Israel and Palestine. The Gambia welcomes these efforts and recognizes the urgency of achieving a just and lasting peace. However, we must equally affirm that the fundamental and inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, especially their right to statehood, self-determination, and sovereignty, are not negotiable. True peace cannot be built on occupation, dispossession, or denial of justice. It must rest on equality, dignity, and mutual respect. As a profound member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the Gambia has been at the forefront of international advocacy for the Palestinian cause. We have consistently sponsored and supported resolutions calling for an immediate ceasefire, unhindered humanitarian access, and accountability for war crimes committed against the Palestinian people. Our government's commitment to global justice has been demonstrably affirmed at the International Court of Justice, where the Gambia took a historic stand in defense of the Rohingya people of Myanmar.
Please conclude.
By initiating proceedings against acts of genocide. That same moral conviction, that same pursuit of peace underpins our solidarity with all people facing persecution, occupation, or systemic oppression wherever they may occur. Therefore, the Gambia calls on this Assembly to strengthen the international architecture that safeguards humanitarian principles. We must ensure that humanitarian aid is never politicized, that international humanitarian law is enforced without discrimination, and Parliament everywhere hold their government accountable. In conclusion, the Gambia remains steadfast in its conviction that a just world is possible, a world where nations measure strength not by weapons, but by compassion, where leadership is defined not by dominance, but by empathy, and where every human being, regardless of race, faith, or nationality, can live in peace and dignity. I challenge this Assembly to rise beyond resolutions and rhetoric and act as the concern of humanity. For when we uphold humanitarian norms, we preserve not only lives of others, but we truly preserve the moral soul of the world itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I remind to all the speakers that this time is limited until 5 minutes. So the next speaker is Mr. Uch from Cambodia, followed by Cyprus.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, we stand before this august assembly where the moral will of the nation finds its collective voice to address the vital theme of upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in a time of crisis. This norm forms the invisible constitution of civilization, defining the frontier between combat and cruelty. The true measure of any nation lies not in its military attack on the declaration, but it is respect for the Geneva Convention and human dignity, especially when it interests collide. We thank the delegation of Thailand for its contribution to the Assembly and for highlighting this important theme. We wholeheartedly share the commitment to the peace, reconciliation, and the faithful observance of the international law. However, a constructive thought requires an honest assessment of this current reality, one where the very humanitarian norms we discuss are being violated. Cambodia is a nation that has suffered greatly in the past. Our people achieve peace and reconciliation only through immense sacrifice, and we cherish that peace as the cornerstone of our nation's development. We have no desire to be at odds with any country, least of all our close neighbor, Thailand, with whom we share history, culture, and the bond of ASEAN. Yet the truth compels us to respond. The border between our two nations is not undefined. It is clearly unsure in the binding international instrument. This includes the 1904 Franco-Siamese Convention, the 1907 Franco-Siamese Treaty, and the map annexed thereto, which together form the lawful basis for demarcation. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, in its landmark judgment of 1962 and 2013, has reaffirmed this instrument. This legal foundation is reinforced by the 2000 Memorandum of Understanding, which explicitly prohibits either side from undertaking any action that could alter conditions in the border area and establish the Joint Boundary Commission, GBC, as the sole technical mechanism for demarcation. Unfortunately, this conflict that arises stem from the disregard at this international recognized legal instrument and from attempt to impose unilateral will over mutual agree mechanism. Only through the faithful observance of this instrument and this acceptance of international judicial authority that can true peace be secure. Honorable the President.
Madam President, we would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to China, Malaysia, and in particular, we would like to thank President Trump of the United States for their major contributions to establishing a ceasefire between the two countries on July 28th. We would also like to thank them for the support they have shown in the course of negotiations in order to ensure lasting peace and stability along our shared border. Despite this step forward, peace along our long common border remains fragile. Cambodian villagers continue to suffer displacement, besiegement, and threats of expulsion. 18 Cambodian soldiers are still being illegally detained, this in violation of the Third Geneva Convention. There's another worrying factor. We're getting reports of psychological intimidation. For instance, the use of spooky, high-pitched noise being played at night in order to torment communities that are already living in fear. Such behavior is not an attack on buildings, on fortifications, but an affront to human dignity in violation of Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Convention and Article 7 of the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. At one and the same time, unilateral acts such as the imposition of domestic law on areas that are contested, or putting up a barbed wire within the sovereign territory of Cambodia. These are actions that actually undermine the Memorandum of Understanding of 2000 and the very basis for that we need in order to ensure that we can make these agreements work. It is not the case that Cambodia is in any way turning a World Heritage Site into a military zone. Cambodia has defended the Priya Vihar temple not through weapons, as it is part of our heritage. We have respected the law, and shown restraint. It is the use of bombs that threaten stones and the spirit of this temple. Cambodia has acted rather and have shown respect for the ceasefire. We cooperate with the ICRC, UNESCO, and ASEAN, and we have shown evidence to the Geneva Convention Committee. We act according to principle and not propaganda, and we respect the law rather than being informed by our own ambitions. Cambodia does not defend any conquest. We defend acting with due conscience. Despite these difficulties, we are determined to extend a hand of friendship to Thailand. We feel that mutual respect and understanding can help us reach sustained and lasting peace. Thank you.
Remind that is really for all of us, because each speaker wants to speak. That's why when some speakers speak too long, there is not enough time for the other speakers, and please be very careful. The next speaker will be Mr. Neophytou from Cyprus, but before you start, I would like to introduce Madame Vice President of the Assembly, Madame Angela Didiza. She will be chair the Assembly now.
Thank you, honorable members. We will now continue with our next speaker, Cyprus.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, please allow me first to refer to the very recent agreement reached in the Middle East, which marks a significant step towards de-escalation. The task before the international community now is to transform this fragile window of opportunity into durable peace. This will require transparency and sustained political will from all parties, while we, as parliamentarians, must demand accountability and results. Today, humanitarian principles are increasingly sacrificed at the benefit of narrow national interest. And in this global context, the Cyprus problem remains an open wound. Since the Turkish invasion of 1974 and the continuing occupation of over a third of Cyprus territory, more than 200,000 Greek Cypriots were displaced and became refugees in their own country. Hundreds remain missing, others are enclave. Religious and cultural heritage sites have been systematically destroyed. Dear colleagues, 2 days ago, the Turkish Cypriot community rejected a two-state solution, and a new leader has been elected who believes in a solution of the agreed basis according to UN resolution and by communal federation. Dear colleagues, the past is meant to be studied so that we can avoid reporting and repeating mistakes. The present is offered to us, to all of us, to plan our future. Let's hope that with the new leadership in the Turkish Cypriot community and with the given stand of the Greek Cypriot community and the Cyprus Republic seeking for a solution of the Cyprus issue, let's hope that in the next meeting of the IPU we'll celebrate another solution of an international problem. Dear colleagues, lasting peace cannot be built on injustice, occupation, or the denial of basic rights. We cannot allow geopolitics to overshadow fundamental human values. We must respect sovereignty, defend international law, and protect the innocent in every meaningful sense during war. Parliaments are not passive observers. We are agents of change, and it's time we act with urgency, unity, and humanity these moments demands. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, dear Chairman.
Thank you very much, Cyprus, and well done with your time. I just want to remind honorable members that on the podium, you do have the signal. When it starts to turn red, you must know that your time is up and you must conclude. So if you can assist one another so that I don't have to stop you while you are proceeding with your speech. We'll now ask Argentina. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Senora.
Madam President, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to stand before you as a representative of the Republic of Argentina at this debate on upholding humanitarian norms. I would like to thank the IPU for providing us with this debating space and an opportunity to reiterate our belief in peace, freedom, and the respect for human dignity, as well as a commitment to the right of law. We are at a stage of major change and challenge. Armed conflicts have become more complicated and widespread. There are long-term humanitarian crises, and civilians are suffering acutely as a result. In this context, IHL is a vital consideration. We know that respecting IHL protects lives and leads to peace, stability, and confidence among nations. Madam President, this theme, that is to say, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis, and particularly in armed conflicts, is particularly topical. The international community is facing unusually challenging moments. It's more and more difficult to deal with conflicts. And we need to protect humanitarian action, which means to recognize the neutrality and independence and impartiality of those bringing assistance. We need to guarantee that humanitarian workers are not going to be under any military or political pressure, and they also have to be allowed to carry out their work, saving lives and providing assistance for those people living in adversity. The fight against terrorism and non-conventional threats is an additional major challenge. Terrorist groups who deliberately flout international law tend to attack civilians using methods that further threaten peace and humanitarian stability. We need to ensure that everyone acts with respect for IHL and humanitarian rights. We need to defend the civilian populations, and we need to ensure that that is done. Madam President, we parliamentarians have a particular responsibility that is ours alone. We need to strengthen our national frameworks. We need to ensure that we do everything to ensure that everyone understands IHL and human rights. And we need to ensure that humanitarian work has nothing to do with ideological or political considerations. IHL has nothing to do with one political group or one approach. It is a matter of relevance to all people. There is no way of making use of IHL as a tool for particular reasons. There is every reason to protect health workers and ensure that they carry out their work peacefully. Our National Congress is doing everything to ensure that there is training in IHL and human rights at all levels of the state. We have an institutional culture that is based on respect for the law. We would also reassert how important it is to act multilaterally. We need to face current challenges. Armed conflicts, terrorism are not issues that can be dealt with by individual states. There's a need for an exchange of information and solidarity. Argentina has a long commitment of peace and security, and we will do everything to ensure that we can work together to ensure that humanitarian work is carried out and that all people enjoy protection. In conclusion, I would like to say that we believe in the value of law and humanity. Defending humanity is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of moral strength. To protect life and to do what you can to protect human dignity are the principles which must underpin what we do, and that is above and beyond any political considerations. We would like to reassert our commitment to peace and international law. They are vital to peaceful coexistence. We must ensure that we protect what we have, our humanity. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Argentina. We now move to Germany.
Madam President, dear colleagues, we live in a world tormented by crisis, a world of conflict, of war, hunger, and displacement, a world where violence has become everyday reality and where the very idea of humanity seems under attack. Not one war, not one crisis, but more than 120 armed conflicts in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Gaza, in the Sahel, in Haiti, and in the Pacific Islands, where the climate crisis has already become a question of survival. So the question is, what holds the world together? For me as a German, the question carries a deep responsibility, because after the Second World War, after Auschwitz, our answer is never again. War as a tool of politics, dehumanization, silence in the face of suffering, never again. The mothers and fathers of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and of the Geneva Conventions gave humanity a foundation, a promise that even in times of war, rules must apply, that human dignity is not negotiable. But today, that promise is being broken again and again. Hospitals are being bombed. Humanitarian workers are being killed. Civilians are being targeted. Children are being starved. Women's bodies are being used as battlefields. Even the most fundamental humanitarian norms, those we thought were untouchable, are under attack. And at the same time, the climate crisis and armed conflict reinforce each other. Droughts, floods, food insecurity, all are multiplying suffering. 122 million people are displaced. 310 million are in need of humanitarian assistance. And among them, it is women and girls who carry the heaviest burden. Behind every number is a human being whose life, whose dreams are stolen by war, by injustice, by indifference. So yes, we need humanitarian aid. But more than that, we need humanitarian binding power. We need to strengthen international law. And for Germany, this is a priority, just as tackling the climate crisis has become one. Because protecting the planet and protecting people are not separate tasks. They both depend on one principle, that even in times of crisis, the law of humanity must prevail, because humanitarian law is not a moral luxury. It is a strategy for survival. And this, dear colleagues, is where parliaments come in, where we come in, because we as parliamentarians can turn global norms into national law, can hold governments accountable for their humanitarian commitments, can ensure that funding for aid is not the first victim of budget cuts. And we can defend multilateralism when others turn to nationalism. And that is what makes the IPU so valuable, because here we don't divide the world into North and South. We can learn from the African continent about resilience, about community, about solidarity. We can learn from the Pacific Islands that climate action is humanitarian action. And we can learn from the women of Afghanistan, of Sudan, of Iran, what courage looks like when you fight for freedom. Dear colleagues, initiatives to strengthen international humanitarian law need our political will and our concrete action, because humanitarian commitment begins long before a crisis erupts. It starts with prevention, with education, with equality, with climate justice, and with a free press, a vibrant culture, and a strong civil society. It starts when we make laws that protect the most vulnerable. The Geneva Conventions, we must not only defend them, we must revive them and keep their core message alive. Dear colleagues,
thank you
we
very
come to
much,
the end.
Germany.
Let us, as parliamentarians of the world, be the voice of those who are often not heard or seen. When we empower women, youth, LGBTIQ people, minorities, we build societies of compassion instead of fear. Because at the end, what defines us as nation is us as human beings is not how powerful we are, but how humane we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Germany. Denmark.
Fellow parliamentarians, because that's what we are, parliamentarians. We are not here as representatives of governments. Therefore, we also allow ourselves to have disagreement even inside our delegations. Hopefully, I will say it, because that's democracy. In any case, I do not speak on behalf of the Danish government, but I believe that the vast majority of the Danish population, and most others too, feel disgusted by the wars and man-made disasters that are taking place around in the world, whether it is the famine in Sudan, the suffering of the civilian population in the bombed-out Gaza, or the population in Ukraine who are daily exposed to deadly attacks with missiles and drones. What can we do? How can we work towards a more peaceful world where it is not the right of the strongest that dominate, but where disagreements are resolved on the basis of international recognized rules and conventions, where the rules of laws does not only apply inside individual countries, but also on a global level. The fight for an international legal order is not new. It was the background of the establishment of the UN 24 October 1945, 80 years ago on Friday. It was the basis of the UN adoption in 1948 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, followed by many other international conventions and agreements. And that was the background for the establishment of the International Court of Justice, ECJ, and more recently, the International Criminal Court, ICC, which can prosecute individuals, including state leaders, suspected of having committed war crimes. This system is certainly not perfect. But what is the alternative? Even more endless wars and conflicts where no one can be held accountable regardless of the crimes they have committed. That cannot be the alternative. Therefore, our task is not to weaken or abolish the system, but to reform it and to strengthen it. And that especially in a situation where the international legal order is under pressure. One issue is that few major powers are staying outside the ICC. Another issue is that some of them have launched a direct attack on the court. For example, the United States have blocked unilaterally the court's access to its email account and frozen bank deposits. At the same time, they have threatened the court's chief prosecutor and other senior staffers with arrest if they set their foot in the United States, simply because they disagree with the ICC decision. Honestly, this behavior is not worthy of a state governed by rule of law. Unfortunately, this is not only one example where the current leadership of US shows its lack of respect for international legal order. We Danes have experienced this ourselves in relation to Greenland. The American president has openly and directly threatened to take control of Greenland, not excluding use of military force. Today, Greenland is an autonomous territory of Denmark. But we respect the wish of the Greenlandic people for more independence. And if the Greenlandic people decide to secede from Denmark and become an independent state, we, of course, will accept it. It's called the people's right to self-determination. But being occupied by the United States against one's will is not independence. It's a fundamental breach of international law. Such breach, unfortunately, is happening other places in the world. As examples, Russia's occupation of part of Ukraine, and with the continuation of expanding illegal Israeli settlement in the occupied West Bank. Therefore, fellow parliamentarians, let's stand together for international law and the international legal order, and let us do it now. Tomorrow it can be too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member of Albania.
Dear fellow parliamentarians, as a young parliamentarian, it's an honor to take the floor as the leader of the Albanian Parliament delegation in this important general debate. We meet in Geneva, the birthplace of humanitarian law, at a time where its very foundations are being tested. Today, the world faces over 120 armed conflicts, some stretching back decades. More than 122 million people are forcibly displaced, and almost 310 million depend on humanitarian assistance more to survive. Among them, women and girls bear the heaviest burden. These are not statistics. They are moral warnings. Behind every number stands a life, a mother, a daughter, a future that may never be lived. The Geneva Conventions were born from humanity's determination to set limits, to ensure that even in war, compassion would not die. Yet, today, those limits are violated with impunity. Hospitals are bombed, humanitarian workers are attacked, civilians are used as leverage for political disputes. Albania stands firm in the belief that the protection of human dignity is not a matter of political choice, but it is a moral obligation. For us, the strength of a nation is measured by its power. It's not measured by its power to dominate, by its will to actually protect. Our own history has shaped our moral compass in moments of crisis. During one of humanity's darkest chapters, between 39 and 45, when war and persecution swept across Europe and millions of Jews were denied safety simply for those who they were, Albania became a rare place of refuge. Guided by the ancient code of honor, BESA, the moral sacred duty to protect those who seek refuge, even at personal risk. Albanian families risked everything to shelter those fleeing for their life. Ours was the only country in Europe that ended the war with more Jews than before it, a quiet victory of consciousness over fear. That moral instinct has shaped our national character ever since. When the war in Kosovo erupted in 1999 and forced hundreds of thousands to flee their homes, Albania once again opened its doors without hesitation. That moment reaffirmed that solidarity is not an abstract principle. It is a moral imperative, born of shared pain and shared hope. And in 2021, when Afghanistan faced a moment of profound uncertainty, Albania once again welcomed families in need of protection, not because we had abundant resources, but because we understood that humanitarian aid begins with a simple gesture, opening a door when others are closed. The same conviction guides our stance on Ukraine. From the very first day of the aggression, Albania has stood in full solidarity with the Ukrainian people, defending the principles of sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity that underpin international law. Our support has combined humanitarian assistance, political engagement, and a consistent call for accountability within multilateral institutions. And these are not gestures of clarity, but expressions of consciousness, the reflection of a small nation enduring the belief that solidarity, protection, and humanitarian action are the truest measures of strength of nations. Guided by that belief, Albania continues to align its policy with European humanitarian and civil protection frameworks, investing in disaster resilience, gender equality, and youth engagement, while ensuring that assistance is delivered transparently and effectively. We recognize and appreciate the ongoing diplomatic efforts led by President Trump to encourage dialogue, restraint, and de-escalation in some of the world's most fragile regions. Such initiatives remind us that leadership is not measured only by power, but by the courage to pursue peace, even when the odds seem unsurmountable. That is the spirit that Albania stands for: moral conviction, human empathy, and the pursuit of peace through courage. And of course, parliaments should not be bystanders to humanitarian crisis. We are their moral and political anchors, and we must turn commitments into enforceable laws and compassion into public policy. And behind every humanitarian tragedy lies another crisis, that of trust of multilateralism. As the global divisions deepen, cooperation weakens, and humanitarian needs grow, but no country, large or small, can face these challenges alone. That's why Albania calls for stronger parliamentary diplomacy, joint fact-finding missions, and cross-border collaboration. And
Thank
these
you
are
very
not
much,
symbolic
Albania.
gestures. They're actually there to restore credibility to multilateral actions. Dear colleagues, in a world shaken
Can you
by
please
conflict,
summarize?
dear
Your time
colleagues,
is up.
in a world shaken by conflict and cynicism, upholding humanitarian norms is not an option. It is a true measure of who we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. North Macedonia.
Thank you. Honorable Madam President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Macedonian Assembly, I would like to express a sincere appreciation to the Inter-parliamentary Union for convening this timely discussion at a moment when the values that sustain our shared humanity are under unprecedented threat. The global humanitarian landscape today presents a sobering reality. More than 120 active armed conflicts, 122 million people forcibly displaced, and almost 310 million in urgent need of assistance. Behind these statistics stand human lives, families torn apart, children deprived of their futures, and communities devastated by conflict and despair. These are not abstract numbers, but a testament to our collective failure in upholding the essential principles of international humanitarian law. Macedonia, as a signatory to the Geneva Conventions and their additional protocol, remains firmly committed to the principles of international humanitarian law. As a candidate country for European Union membership, we consistently align with EU position concerning the protection of victims of armed conflicts and the promotion of humanitarian norms. Our adherence to these universal principles goes beyond political boundaries, reflecting our profound belief in the dignity and worth of every human being. Our commitment has been demonstrated through concrete actions. Many times our country granted protection to refugees, ensuring their access to residence permits, employment, education, and essential services in partnership with UNHCR and civil society organizations. This response reflects our unwavering resolve to stand with those fleeing violence and persecution. Distinguished colleagues, the magnitude of today's challenges demands a comprehensive parliamentary response. We must reaffirm our dedication to multilateralism and a rules-based international order. In an era marked by rising nationalism and geopolitical fragmentation, parliaments bear the moral duty to safeguard international humanitarian law. National interests must never be invoked as a pretext for undermining obligations that are the cornerstone of civilized conduct. We have to exercise our legislative and oversight responsibilities to translate humanitarian norms into effective domestic frameworks and ensure that our governments uphold international commitments and maintain transparency and accountability. We must also embrace a holistic approach to humanitarian action. The intersection of armed conflict, climate change, health emergencies, and gender-based violence demand coordinated cross-sectoral responses. Dear colleagues, safeguarding humanitarian action requires political will as much as financial support. Despite limited means, our country continues to work closely with international organizations to address statelessness and assist vulnerable populations. By providing legal documentation to stateless persons, we ensure access to fundamental rights and services. These efforts, though small in scope, symbolize our conviction that no individual should remain invisible before the law. We stand ready to contribute constructively to the global efforts for upholding humanitarian norms and the rules-based international order. As a small nation that has experienced its share of hardship and transition, we understand the transformative power of solidarity and the importance of international support. The Macedonian Assembly reaffirms its full commitment to the principles of international humanitarian law and pledges to work actively within the Inter-parliamentary Union and with international partners to ensure that humanitarian norms are respected, humanitarian action is supported, and the voices of those in need are heard. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentary diplomacy has a decisive role to play in reinforcing multilateral values, inclusiveness, solidarity, cooperation, and shared responsibility. At a time when trust in global institutions is decreasing, parliaments can bridge divides, foster dialogue, and amplify the voices of the most vulnerable. As parliamentarians, we have the authority to legislate, to allocate, and to inspire. We must use these powers to foster a culture of humanity and even and mostly amid crisis. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, North Macedonia. Now, Mercosur Parliament, Palasu.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At the outset, allow me to thank God for having allowed me to be here today. I don't believe in chance, especially when you come to speak to the world and to share the ideas that unite us all in these times of fragmentation. I'm convinced that you can only really hear what you don't know and what you thought may have been wrong. We've crossed oceans, we've come thousands of kilometers to come here. And that, I think, demonstrates our commitment, our loyalty, and our interest. But in particular, I think it demonstrates the need to try to describe in this universal language that we all know, the feeling of extending a hand and being sincere and frank. We live in a very connected world, but an increasingly divided one for the same reason, for communication. Thinking of the future evolution of the world, remember back to the days when written letters took weeks to cross the ocean. Well, now we just send a mail with a click and immediately communicate. And yet, what's so important is to come together to talk in real time. Technology wouldn't allow us to actually come and see each other face to face. Technology has reduced distances and crosses borders, but yet it gives rise to dilemmas. How to distinguish between what is real and what is fake? People are brought together very quickly by this communication, but at the same time there can be abuses, misuse of communication, the distortion of the truth. And that indistinct, blurred line between truth and false is what we are seeing all over the world in media, politics, and our collective consciousness. It's very difficult to find the truth now. The truth is fabricated, and corporate groups with vested interests in state business or private interests use the press, and these are people that nobody elected, and yet they are taking control without democratic elections. Journalism has become a fake, and it's used to manipulate and to blackmail. So we talk about the murderers of the press. They can destroy reputations rather than build them up. They create false condemnations in the press that become malicious campaigns to then justify new and ever greater lies. And this gets us into a vicious circle of manipulation and lie, which is converted into a commercial tool
And while that goes on, honor, trust, and institutional credibility are undermined and washed away by a tidal wave of manipulation and lies. And digital manipulation not only destroys reputations of people and governments, but it distorts the perception of international affairs. It damages the image of countries and pollutes global decision-making. It's polluted information and truth to the extent that it's completely absurd. And it's been kidnapped by terrorists. And people are just denying what is absolutely truth. A man is no longer a man, a woman is no longer a woman. Human pain is used as a tool for manipulation and to weaken governments rather than to find solutions. The world can't continue to tolerate that moral hypocrisy, which is why we need to move towards global legislation that sets the legal basis to put an end to that impunity. We need a legal framework to protect the real freedom of the press and condemn the criminal use of lies and misinformation. Because defending humanitarian norms also means defending the truth. Without truth, there is no justice, and without justice, there is no sustainable peace. In fact, we see that some are on the right path. Ana Machado has been recognized as a Nobel Prize for Peace, and her voice reminds us that freedom and consistency must win out. And if we're here to remember those who build peace, I want to say with great respect and conviction that Donald Trump deserves to be the next Nobel Peace Prize. Thank you very much, and I apologize for taking up so much time. Paraguay will always support peace and respect democracy, freedom, and the sovereignty of peoples. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't want to use the gavel, but when I hit it, you must know that you have gone beyond your time. Montenegro.
Thank you. Dear fellow colleagues, I grew up in Balkans during the 19th, a time of war, fear, hate, and what can only be described as a humanitarian midnight. While politicians and soldiers tore the region apart, I was taught one of the most important truths: evil is always the same. In honor of all women who teach future generations to recognize evil, allow me to remember my almost illiterate grandmother. During the war, she once took a few bags of flour and sent them to Bosnia by bus as a humanitarian aid. At the time, we were hungry too. And many people from our place thought this wasn't just wise. Neighbors even mocked her that flour will never reach our people at the front line. Her angry words, "I didn't send that to our people, I sent that to hungry people," taught me to never accept division between us and them, because that's how evil works. It creates sides and hides behind flags, religion, borders. It justifies cruelty by calling it strategy or defense. It starves children and calls it necessity. It kills children and calls it collateral damage. No explanation justifies starving or bombing the children. There are no different points of view. Evil is always the same. If women who never went to school could send the food to the people they didn't know, then we, members of parliament, have no excuse. We must act, because when we say it's not my problem, when we stay silent or neutral, we don't stop evil, we support it. I can't leave this stage without mentioning that my grandmother was an orphan. She never knew where her father's grave was, but she was buried with the secret who killed him. She never tells anyone, not out of fear, but because she believed that revealing it would only continue the circle of revenge. She understood something that many leaders today forget. Remembering the past should guide us to peace, not to more violence, and our job is to stop revenge. Every person in this room can do more and should do more, because tomorrow's Someone who's suffering now will ask, what did you do when we were starving? And we won't be able to say we didn't know, we couldn't see, because evil doesn't hide. It stays right in front of us, and it's always the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Montenegro. Zimbabwe. Honorable Mdenda, Speaker of Zimbabwe.
Madam President, the 101st Assembly of the Inter-parliamentary Union and related meetings convenes on the backdrop of escalating geopolitical tensions, which have inadvertently led to an unprecedented humanitarian crisis characterized by food insecurity, displacements, and catastrophic loss of life. In this context, I wish to applaud the IPU for the theme of upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis, which strongly resonates with the urgent call for effective multilateralism. At a time when the principles of distinction, proportionality, and humanity are being violated with alarming acrimony and unashamed impunity, parliaments must indeed respond with courage, conviction, and concrete action to uphold fearlessly humanitarian norms through concerted parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue to avert inhuman treatment of victims of war conflicts. We should do so because humanitarian norms are the fundamental ethos and principles that safeguard human dignity during armed conflicts and disasters. These norms are rooted in the Geneva Conventions, customary international law, and human rights instruments. They demand the protection of civilians by ensuring impartial humanitarian access to victims of conflict and prohibiting attacks on medical facilities, as well as killing aid workers. Victims of war conflicts need to be always treated humanely. That is the high moral ground from where IPU parliaments must act decisively to save the 350 million victims of war globally. Madam President, the African Union Convention for the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons represent progressive leadership in humanitarian protection continentally, provided such norms are backed by the imperative of political will and compelling parliamentary action. Madam President, within the SADC region, the Protocol on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation and the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan emphasize disaster preparedness, mutual assistance, and coordinated humanitarian responses in the face of adversity. Madam President, we cannot discuss humanitarian norms and actions without addressing the Middle East conflict. While we appreciate recent development towards peace, including the ceasefire agreement, the humanitarian situation remains catastrophically dire. What makes this crisis particularly troubling is the inconsistent and selective application of humanitarian norms. Further, international humanitarian law has been flagrantly violated while the international response has been paralyzed by geopolitical and economic considerations. Even the United Nations finds itself helpless with its resolutions ignored and its agencies attacked shamelessly. Some nations bound by the very convention they helped to author are complicit through their silence and inactivity. Equally, the conflict in Eastern Europe should cease in response to the dictates of humanitarian norms. It is hoped that President Trump's peace initiatives in Eastern Europe will prevail to stop the war there. Furthermore, let there be utmost respect for humanitarian norms in Africa's hot spots, especially in the DRC, where more than 6 million people have lost their lives in the past 10 years, and thousands have been displaced internally and externally. What more of the 30 million victims of famine and displacement in Sudan, and now the insecurity in Madagascar, where there is a clarion call for peace and security in respect of humanitarian norms. The IPU must stand up towards determined action. The United Nations must not be found wanting in championing the application of humanitarian norms in all conflict zones globally. Men and women of goodwill should stand up and be counted in defense of humanitarian norms in the spirit of the Roman Catholic Church's Jubilee of Hope, as we embrace multilateralism and solidarity with the victims of callous war conflicts. I so submit, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mdenda. Can I now ask Botswana to take the floor?
Madam President of the IPU Assembly, distinguished honorable speakers, I'm privileged and honored to address this august assembly on a matter of great human and moral importance from National Assembly of Botswana. The 151 Inter-parliamentary Union Assembly theme resonates deeply with the global imperative to protect vulnerable populations and ensure the delivery of essential aid in the midst of escalating conflicts and natural disasters. In today's world of complex humanitarian crises, following international humanitarian law and supporting humanitarian organizations are essential steps in protecting human dignity and promoting global stability. The current global environment presents formidable challenges to upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian actions. The statement from the perspective of Republic of Botswana seeks to engage with this vital theme, reflecting on our national experiences, identifying persistent challenges, and articulating our expectations for collective action. This topic, Madam President, speaks directly to the values upon which our republic was founded: compassion, solidarity, and respect for human dignity. Botswana has long been a beacon of peace, stability, and democracy in Africa. Botswana's voice carries weight and moral authority in defending humanitarian principles both at home and abroad. Madam President, I'm happy to report that the Republic of Botswana held peaceful elections in October 2024. This is because our country holds the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in high regard. Peaceful elections are preventive measures to crisis and anarchy. They are also crucial for democratic stability as they foster a culture of peaceful coexistence among citizens. Despite instances of disputed electoral outcomes, elections, when conducted in a credible and transparent manner, reduces conflicts and ensure legitimacy. They also stimulate economic growth and the promotion of human rights. Madam President, humanitarian challenges transcend borders. As such, every crisis is therefore a test for a shared humanity. Botswana is one of the countries that has become home to many who have experienced political and social economic challenges and push factors from their countries of origin. As a country, we have delivered food aids and supplies and support other countries in our region. Our security forces and peacekeepers continue to support and participate in peace and humanitarian missions across the region. Global humanitarian challenges. In many conflict zones, humanitarian accesses are obstructed or aids are weaponized, becoming a tool of political leverage rather than a life-saving intervention. This directly contravenes the fundamental principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence that guide humanitarian action. Madam President, opportunities for supporting humanitarian action. We strongly believe that the IPU Assembly provides a crucial platform for parliamentarians to translate global humanitarian norms into national policies and legislative frameworks. By raising awareness within the constitution, the parliamentarians are holding governments accountable. Parliamentarians can amplify the impact of humanitarian efforts. This involves understanding the nuances of humanitarian action and ensuring that national policies align with international humanitarian principles. Moreover, this assembly presents an opportunity to foster greater interparliamentary cooperation on humanitarian issues, sharing best practices, coordinating advocacy, and developing common strategies for addressing cross-border humanitarian challenges. Botswana, for instance, believes in the power of regional collaboration to address shared humanitarian concerns, from disaster preparedness to refugee management. Madam President, Botswana remains steadfast in condemning attacks on aid workers and obstruction to humanitarian access. On conclusion, Madam President, we have long advocated for multilateral solutions to global challenges, and this theme is a testament to the enduring relevance of international cooperation in addressing complex human needs of our time.
Thank you very much.
In conclusion, Madam President, the theme for IPU Assembly is a call to collective responsibility. I submit, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Botswana. Yemen.
السيدة نائب
Madam President of the session, speakers of parliament, dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, good day to you all. At the outset, the delegation of the Yemeni parliament would like to thank the IPU and the Secretariat for the organization of this very important assembly. It is our pleasure to participate today in the 151st IPU Assembly of the IPU, which is an example of dialogue in favor of peace. We wish success to this session and hope that it will contribute to the betterment of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from the land of Yemen, a land that has been exhausted by more than 10 years of war, which led our people to live below the poverty line, deprived of basic services and goods. Workers in humanitarian field have been put in prison. Humanitarian assistance have been used to fund war efforts. Children have been recruited to fight on the front lines. Crimes such as enforced disappearances, torture, and killing continue to be perpetrated despite reports documenting the testimonies of victims. Unfortunately, the Houthi militias supported by the Iranian regime have still not been classified as a terrorist organization. They have stolen 70% of our resources and stolen our oil resources, which has led to a decrease in our annual revenues from more than 3 billion in August 2022 to less than 800 million. This has had an impact on the economic situation. Salaries are no longer paid, the currency has depreciated, and the minimum wage is less than $20 per month. This has led to an increase in humanitarian suffering to unprecedented level, and Aden today is witnessing a shortage in electricity for more than 30 hours. Despite all of this, Yemen was not alone in this crisis, thanks to our brothers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who stood by us and supported us through the Saudi Development Program. We also thank our brothers in the UAE for their support. From this forum, I call on the parliaments of the world to support us through the following. Investigate immediately the crimes perpetrated by the militias and the violations of human rights that have been perpetrated against the Yemeni parliamentarians. 2. Exert pressure on the Houthi militias to stop targeting essential infrastructure. 3. Help us export our crude oil by restoring our ports. 4. Encourage petrol and oil companies to return to Yemen. And 5. Encourage investments in ports and in the fields of agriculture and fisheries. We hope that the world will stand by our side in a true partnership that will help Yemen to recover its happiness, prosperity, and dignity. At a time when we are discussing humanitarian norms and actions, the world continues to witness the horrors that took place in Gaza, where the Israeli occupation continues its brutal attack against unarmed civilians. We welcome the American and Arab efforts to achieve peace, and we call on the IPU to shoulder its humanitarian responsibility. History will remember our position. History will not be merciful on us if we are complicit with the Zionist enemy that have crossed all red lines. And we call on everyone to adopt the following: recognize an independent Palestinian state and giving it a permanent seat in all international organizations. 2. Stop all military dealings with the Israeli entity. 3. Immediately implement the decisions of the ICC, which has accused the Israeli Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of war crimes. 4. Prohibit any dealings with companies and individuals supporting the Zionist entity. 5. Condemn attacks against parliamentarians and activists and media personalities who have participated in the Freedom Flotilla, and call on the release of all detainees unconditionally. We condemn the Israeli attacks against Qatar and support Qatar and its sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that our current session will lead to decisions that will help strengthen the IPU as a forum for peace, justice, and human rights, and will lead to putting an end to the bloodshed without discrimination. We call on everyone. We call on everyone to stand by us as partners in humanity. We share the same land, destiny, and we must all be able to live in peace, justice, and dignity.
Honorable members, can I plead with you, when we ask you to conclude your statement, please do so. We give you a grace of 30 seconds, and once I hit the gavel, know that your time is up. So Yemen, in future, please, you must listen when the chair advises you to stop. Thank you. UAE.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll speak in Arabic, so could you put your headset, because I'll speak on behalf of humanity to humanity. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
In the name of God, the compassionate, may peace be upon you. Madam Vice President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to begin my statement by thanking the IPU, the President and the Secretariat for the excellent preparatory work done for this assembly. I would like to congratulate the IPU on having chosen an excellent theme for our debate. Indeed, upholding international humanitarian law is not just a matter of respecting the law, it is a way of guaranteeing human dignity everywhere in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from a country of humanity, the United Arab Emirates, and I bring you greetings of a people that believes in our shared humanity, a people that believes that human values must enable us to go beyond what divides us so that we can focus on human suffering and focusing on this human regardless of religion or race. Humanity today is suffering because the law is not respected, neither are treaties, and it is very difficult now for us to settle disputes anywhere in the world because there seems to be no respect whatsoever for international treaties. What we must do together is ensure that humanitarian action is depoliticized. That action is increasingly important given how many more wars and armed conflicts there are. As we see it, the politicization of humanitarian action is a crime, and the victim of that crime is humans. We, as parliamentarians, must ensure that we focus on human beings. In today's world, at this very moment, millions are suffering from hunger, suffering fear, and have no access to basic services. Millions have no access to health or education. Millions have no access to safe water. Safe water is a right for any living being. Not just people, but plants and animals need water too. It is our obligation to reconsider our relations. I don't mean by that we have to agree on everything, not at all. But we need to find ways of working together and find common ground on which we can base our cooperation and our work together. We must start with a definition of what is human and ensure that we give the human all of the attention and significance that it requires. I strongly believe that the peace and security of every country in the world is a responsibility that we share. Partnership, cooperation are the only ways of guaranteeing development and future prosperity for all of us. We parliamentarians should just stop for a minute, just take a moment to reconsider our respect for the values of the IPU, and we need to think hard about our role with respect to our peoples and all nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation.
Dear Madam President, esteemed colleagues, this year, Russia, along with China and other nations, solemnly commemorated the 80th anniversary of the victory in the Second World War. In the USSR alone, 27 million people fell victim to German Nazism, Italian fascism, and Japanese militarism. Russia honors the memory of all those who sacrificed their lives in that war against Nazism, and has legally acknowledged the Soviet people as victims of genocide. Remembering the victims of war, our country played a key role in the formulation of the 1949 Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols. We regard these treaties as the cornerstones of international humanitarian law. Unfortunately, the world has not become more secure over the past 80 years. Our allies from the anti-Hitler coalition, France and the United Kingdom, have subsequently failed to stay on the right track of history. Jointly with NATO, they have nurtured neo-Nazism in the Baltic states and later in Ukraine, supported discrimination against the Russian-speaking individuals, with the latest case with unhuman deportation of native Russians from Latvia speaks for itself, and then denied Russia its rightful claim to security in Europe. The Western nations' disregard to the Russians' rights to self-determination and security has been the fundamental cause of today's geopolitical crisis. The disregard by Israel and several Western nations for the people's right to self-determination and security in Palestine has, in a similar way, precipitated the crisis in the Middle East that cannot be deemed resolved despite the encouraging news of recent days. Our position is well known. The United Nations General Assembly and Security Council decisions must be fully implemented. An Arab state in Palestine must be created. We, as Russian parliamentarians, are committed to supporting humanitarian efforts. This year, we are in the process of finalizing the adoption of a federal law concerning the legal status of the Russian Red Cross. By approving the budget, we allocate donor assistance to the aid programs of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and other global partners. From our point of view, the main task for parliamentarians is to implement humanitarian standards into national legislation and law enforcement practice. Firstly, this involves the inclusion of the Geneva Convention's provisions in military regulations and other legal documents relevant to the armed forces. Secondly, to establish legal responsibility for breaches of the Geneva Conventions. And thirdly, to introduce humanitarian law, teaching them for military personnel, diplomats, and lawyers. All these efforts are being undertaken in Russia. We agree with the IPU's concerns regarding the violations of humanitarian law in the context of armed conflicts around the world. For instance, the Kiev regime, with Western backing, has organized a blockade of water and energy supplies to Crimea. However, the blockades during wartime are strictly prohibited by the Fourth Geneva Convention. Furthermore, by obtaining NATO weapons, financial resources, and ideological backing, Ukraine avoids entering into a peace agreement. Rather than pursuing peace, the Kiev regime employs the military against civilians, takes hostages, engages in acts of terrorism, inflicts torture, performs biological experiments and murders journalists and socio-political figures. All of these crimes are grave violations of the Geneva Conventions. In the context of the Ukrainian crisis, the Russian authorities maintain ongoing communication with the International Committee of the Red Cross. Despite the blatant lies of representatives from Kiev here, the Red Cross is verifying the process of reuniting Ukrainian children with their families. A confidential dialogue is being held regarding the exchange of prisoners of war, humanitarian access, and other matters according to our international obligations. As far as we are aware, the International Red Cross has no grievances against Russia in this context. Recently, here from the Ukrainian delegation, again, there was a figure of 19,500 disappeared children. This is a complete lie. We have a task force here in the Union, and during 3 years of the activities of our task force on Russia-Ukraine conflict, the Ukrainian delegation delivered only 9, not 90, not 900,
Honourable member, if you can try
19,000,
and
but 9
summarize.
cases to this task force. Either you do not respect the IPU and the task force, I speak about the Ukrainian delegation, or you have to stop lying. And my last point, sorry, the war in Ukraine was mentioned here. I do agree with the Ukrainian statement on that.
Honourable member,
the war in Ukraine
your
has
time
started
is
in
up.
2014
Thank
after
you
the
very
coup
much.
d'etat in Ukraine, and this is a civil war
Honourable member,
by the Ukrainian authorities against its own population.
Your time is
16,000
up.
people were
Latvia.
killed in Ukraine by Ukrainian authorities in 2014 until 2022,
Honourable member, your time
when we
is
had to
up.
start our special military operation. We protect
Can
human
you please-
lives, and we will continue to do so. Thank you so much.
Once again, honourable members, I want to remind you to be conscious of time, and when the chairperson advises you your time is up, please take note of that and respect it. Latvia.
Dear friends, 5 minutes is not a lot, but as I have chance to speak to parliamentarians from all over the world, I decided that today I will not fill my speech with beautiful words about humanitarian diplomacy, but I will talk about something that I'm truly worried about: the danger of dehumanization. Climate change brings with us social insecurity and an increase in competition for resources. This fight for survival is dangerous for societies because it is easy to lose compassion and respect with it. And we have experienced this. When colonial powers expanded across their continents and other continents, they dehumanized and destroyed indigenous people. We have condemned this. When, at the start of the last century, the doctrine for so-called living space turned into ideology for domination and racial superiority, it led to the Second World War, leading to immense atrocities and the loss of millions of lives. We have condemned this, but have we learned from this? Have we learned from this? And the core of imperialism is the idea that one group, their belief or ideology, is worth more than others. The idea returns whenever oppressors try to dehumanize those they aim to subjugate or destroy. And we heard that before, in speech before my speech, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we see this pattern repeating in conflicts across the world. Invaders kill, displace, and drive people from their homes, claiming special rights to their land or identity. The Russian aggression against Ukraine was preceded by a campaign that sought to defame the Ukrainian people and to justify Russia's so-called rights, special rights, over history or over Ukrainian territory. We are also witnessing unbearable human suffering in Gaza, where civilians are being killed and displaced. And this is another tragic example on how narratives of entitlement, of false entitlement and dehumanization perpetuate cycles of violence. At the same time, we see growing attempts to manipulate societies through influence operations and disinformation. And once again, the first step is dehumanization, when a group of people is labeled as disease, as animals, as filth. But now about us, parliamentarians. 2 years ago, here in Geneva, I heard a representative of one nation use deeply demeaning language to describe the people of another nation. Many in the room shouted or expressed disapproval, but that was all what we did. I found that moment very deeply disturbing. It reminded me how easily words can dehumanize and how silence in the face of such language can make us complicit. Because words spoken by us, representatives of nations, carry weight and can either heal or harm. We must draw lines between humanity and hate, and we must recognize and oppose hate speech. All people are equal. Our nations have a right to self-determination. We cannot tolerate hate speech or the humiliation of other peoples, neither here nor in our countries. But today there is another world that affects us all, the digital world. It exceeds borders, and within it we surrender our most precious resources, time and attention. Yet rules in this world are often not set by democratic institutions representing society, but by a few private actors, monarchs of social media, who shape what we see and what we believe, and whose algorithms, in the name of profit, amplify hate speech, depriving the human face of both nations and groups of people. So, I urge this: do not tolerate hate speech, whether in the real or digital space. Let's work together so that democracy prevails online as well, with rules set by society and not by a few digital monarchs. Humanity cannot be taken for granted. We have to protect it. And we have to do it every day, on a battlefield, online, in our hearts, and in how we treat each other here in this IPU
if
event.
If you can try and summarize. Thank you very much, Latvia. Peru.
Madam President, representatives of the IPU, as a Peruvian parliamentarian and a GRULAC representative, it is an honor for me to take the floor before this 151st Assembly. We are here debating a matter of great significance, as to say, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. There are a number of crises involving mass displacement are all situations that recall that IHL is not an option. It is a legal and moral imperative. Peru has traditionally defended IHL and is a party to the 4 Geneva Conventions of 1948 and 3 additional protocols that are additional for the protection of people in times of armed conflict. We feel that it is very important these instruments be effectively implemented. In 2001, we appointed a multi-sectoral body responsible for Geneva Conventions that is responsible for training and understanding of IHL throughout the country. And we have worked regionally and ensured that we have the technical expertise able to deal with these issues. We also have adopted laws on the protection of peoples for the protection of people in the times of armed conflict. This is important because armed conflicts can have a devastating effect on civilians and can also hamper their access to basic services. In June of this year, we reasserted our commitment to humanitarian law, and we have reasserted our commitment to the protections afforded by IHL, and we also have worked with Germany, the Philippines, and the United Kingdom, And we feel that we need to strengthen our institutional frameworks that enable nations to actually meet their international their commitments. I would like to take this opportunity to say that we have also taken measures to protect humanitarian workers. We need to ensure that we protect those who risk their own lives in order to provide help to the victims of conflict, and they often work in conditions of extreme danger. We have a strong commitment, and we have an obligation as parliamentarians. We have to ensure that we do everything to ensure that there is a culture of peace to protect the human, and we need to ensure that we need a political will, international cooperation, and we need to ensure that we support IHL. The Peruvian Congress would like to reiterate our commitment to continuing to work with parliaments throughout the world, with the IPU, and with specialized bodies in order to strengthen the humanitarian architecture that we have in order to protect the vulnerable and ensure that we move towards a world where the respect for IHL not be the exception but be the rule. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. Oh, no? There's somebody else?
Dear colleagues, at this time of multiplying international crises, it's never been more urgent to reaffirm our commitment to humanitarianism, a principle enshrined in international humanitarian law, and a principle which should never be an optional extra, because it is the foundation of peace and dignity in international relations. The deliberate targeting of civilians, therefore, the obstruction of humanitarian aid, the erosion of humanitarian law that we're witnessing in too many conflicts today are completely unacceptable. I strongly believe that parliaments have a vital role to play in upholding these principles. We're not only the lawmakers within our own national systems of government, but we're also guardians of accountability. We scrutinize governments to ensure they uphold their obligations, allocate resources for humanitarian assistance, and remain true to the international rules-based order. Through the Inter-parliamentary Union, our parliaments stand together to reinforce these commitments across borders. The IPU has consistently approached humanitarian issues through the lens of human security. This recognizes that the protection of people is as important as the security of states. And in today's world, the greatest threats to security often come not from traditional military conflict, but from attacks on civilians, displacement, climate-related disasters, and the silencing of democratic voices. Human security means recognizing that peace is only sustainable when the rights, safety, and dignity of individuals are protected. The IPU has built mechanisms to make this a reality. The Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians is a unique forum that defends our colleagues worldwide when they faced harassment, imprisonment, or worse. Protecting parliamentarians is vital because attacks on them are so often the first sign of a wider erosion of rights and freedoms in society. Similarly, the Committee on Respect for International Humanitarian Law allows our parliaments to call out violations, monitor compliance, and encourage accountability. And by maintaining these mechanisms, the IPU gives our collective commitment real substance. The UK Parliament is proud to contribute to and support the work of both these committees. The current global context could not be more challenging. From the war in Ukraine to the suffering in Gaza and Sudan, from the crisis in Myanmar to the devastating floods, droughts, and earthquakes intensified by climate change, civilians are bearing the brunt of violence and upheaval. We're witnessing record levels of displacement, with more people than ever before forced from their homes. From a UK parliamentary perspective, we recognise both the responsibilities and the challenges. The UK Parliament plays its part in holding government to account on aid budgets, on foreign policy, ensuring that humanitarian priorities are not forgotten even in times of fiscal pressure. Across our political spectrum, there remains strong consensus on defending humanitarian values and supporting international humanitarian action. Through the British group of the IPU, our members in the Houses of Commons and Lords regularly engage directly with counterparts across the world, building understanding and solidarity and reinforcing the importance of humanitarian norms through parliamentary diplomacy. But, my friends, we cannot act alone, and that's why I want to end with a call to action. Every parliament represented here today has a duty to strengthen oversight of their government's compliance with humanitarian obligations. We must collectively defend humanitarianism, ensure that aid reaches those most in need, and demand accountability where rules are broken. We must reinforce funding, coordination, and political will for humanitarian action. And through the IPU, we need to amplify the voice of parliaments in support of the United Nations, ensuring that together we can sustain a truly global humanitarian response. My friends, upholding humanitarian values is not a matter of choice. It is a duty that flows from our shared humanity. Madam President, the United Kingdom Parliament is committed to working with all of you through the IPU and in partnership with the UN to protect civilians, to uphold humanitarian law, and to ensure that in times of crisis, our collective humanity always comes first.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. I'm now calling Burkina Faso, but before my honorable member, before you take your platform, I would like to now introduce Madame Sahiba Gafarova, the Speaker of Azerbaijan, and I'm handing you over to her now, and I'm sure you will be as disciplined as you have been. Over to you, Madam.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. It's okay? Yes. Burkina Faso is here. Burkina Faso, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Madame la Vice
IPU Vice President, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, speakers and representatives of Parliament, distinguished members, on behalf of the President of the Legislative Transitional Assembly of Burkina Faso, Dr. Ousmane Ngoumoua, and on my own behalf, as I was saying, on behalf of the Speaker, Dr. Ousmane Bombay, I want to reiterate the readiness of the Speaker of Parliament to promote peace, stability, and progress all over the world and in the Sahel region in particular. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of our discussion, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis, is particularly important. In our country and in the Sahel region as a whole, terrorist attacks, cross-border terrorism and mass displacement have devastated basic social services and exacerbated the precarious situation of very vulnerable populations. And in that context, humanitarian action is vital for national resilience. It's a moral duty and an urgent need, and I wish to pay tribute to the exemplary courage of humanitarian workers in the Sahel and international workers too, who sometimes at the risk of their own lives take action in the field to provide much needed assistance to the local population. Their commitment, an unwavering commitment, testifies to their humanity. The Geneva Conventions and additional protocols are very clear. They set out the vital rules to protect life, humanitarian dignity, and fundamental rights in times of crisis. And for Burkina Faso, respect for those principles is an international commitment, undertaking, but also a profound belief in part of our national culture. We are very attached to the values of solidarity, dialogue, respect for human life. Nevertheless, we deplore the fact that some of these principles, instead of strengthening international cooperation, are sometimes manipulated for political reasons, sometimes to the detriment of the most vulnerable populations. Respect for these rules shouldn't depend on geopolitical interests of large powers, but it should be part of our common humanity. And that's why, responding to these challenges, Burkina Faso has undertaken a series of reforms to have a framework for humanitarian action and a more constructive atmosphere for dealing with humanitarian actors, guaranteeing humanitarian action based on humanity and the respect for fundamental values such as dignity and solidarity, pursuing dialogue with international organizations and with our partners and local NGOs, making sure that humanitarian values respect the framework set by the Burkina Faso state. Humanitarian norms means protecting our common humanity, and supporting humanitarian action means investing in peace, stability, and sustainable development. In the view of current challenges, it's vital that we pool our efforts and resources so that we can protect human dignity rather than promote violence and division. So finally, on behalf of the Speaker of the Legislative Transitional Assembly of Burkina Faso, I urge you to spread the voice of the countries of the Sahel in your exchanges and to provide us with greater support in our collective efforts to promote peace and security in our countries. Beyond borders, beyond political and ideological differences, there's one thing that unites us all, and that is our common humanity. I believe that together, with that common humanity, we will find the strength to protect and transmit those essential values. Long live the IPU, and long live humanitarian action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now the floor is given to Croatia, following by Afghanistan.
Dear parliamentarians, dear colleagues, today we gather at a time when the world is faced with the challenges that test our values, our abilities, and above all, our humanity. We can say that we live in dangerous and dark times when numbers of armed conflicts around us is growing by the day. In light of recent global and local crises and wars, it is essential to remind ourselves of a fundamental responsibility we all share: upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action during times when people are most vulnerable. Today, we have gathered in Geneva, where most of international humanitarian law was agreed upon. Geneva Convention from 1949 are still the main pillars of international humanitarian law. Humanitarian norms are not just abstract values on paper, they are the foundation of every response to humanitarian crisis. The basic principles that ensure that even in dark times, we do not lose sight of dignity of every human being. These norms include neutrality, impartiality, independence, and safety. Humanitarian workers are beacons of hope in the darkest of times. Although many people work in the background, they are the ones providing basic needs: food, water, medicine, shelter. Most importantly, they restore people's faith in the future. This is why it's our responsibility to support these initiatives and create an environment that enables humanitarian organizations to act without obstruction, even in the most difficult war situation. Croatia has also experienced these dark times in those days during our homeland war, when we were the recipients of the humanitarian help from the humanitarian workers. Therefore, we value their work even more than those who didn't have to go through war. When we speak of supporting humanitarian action, we must remember that humanitarian aid is not merely the delivery of food or medicine. It is supporting people in rebuilding their lives, restoring their dreams, and reconnecting communities. Together with humanitarian workers, we all bear the responsibility to provide help, whether through donation, volunteering, raising awareness, or advocating for political actors to respect humanitarian principles. The catastrophe of Gaza is just one example of what can happen when no humanitarian norms are being respected. In crises such as wars, natural disasters, or mass migration, there are also other challenges. Each of these situations carries specific obstacles, but they all share one thing: human suffering caused by the loss of basic human rights and dignity. In those moments, we must ensure that aid reaches all those in need, without discrimination. However, supporting humanitarian actions is not only something we can watch from sidelines. We are all called to make difference, whether it's through small gestures or large international initiatives. Our impact matters. Our ability to contribute to human dignity is crucial. We must never forget that while crises are caused by humans, it's all of us who are responsible for how we respond to those crises. Today, we have the opportunity to extend our hand of solidarity, to call for united support for those in need, to advocate for greater access to humanitarian assistance, and to insist on respect of humanitarian rights by all actors in crisis. Finally, it is important to understand that humanitarian aid is not just about survival, but also about rebuilding. Every crisis is an opportunity for renewal, for restoring hope, for rebuilding community, and for laying the foundation for a better future. Together, we can create a world in which humanitarian norms are not just ideals, but daily reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now the floor is given to Afghanistan, followed by France.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, in the name of the one Almighty and just God, Honourable President of the Assembly, distinguished representatives of Member States, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. At the outset, on behalf of the noble, suffering, yet steadfast people of Afghanistan, I extend my profound respect to this distinguished gathering. I also express my sincere gratitude to the host government and the leadership of the Inter-parliamentary Union for organising this important global session and for their warm hospitality. Today, I stand before this global forum to echo the voice of a nation that finds itself at one of the most difficult and sensitive junctures of its modern history. A nation that, despite all adversities, hasn't lost hope in justice, peace, and human dignity. First, allow me to draw attention to the humanitarian catastrophe caused by the recent earthquakes in the eastern provinces of Afghanistan, a tragedy that claimed thousands of lives and left many families homeless. I sincerely thank all countries and institutions that stood by the Afghan people and sent humanitarian assistance during those painful days, and I emphasize the need to continue such support. Second, During the past 6 months, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Afghanistan have been violated by airstrikes conducted by Pakistani aircraft and by Israeli regime's aggression in countries such as Qatar, Iran, Palestine, and Yemen. I strongly condemn these acts, and furthermore, I express my gratitude to the leadership of the Islamic State of Qatar and the Republic of Turkey for their mediation, which helped end the recent hostilities and facilitated an immediate ceasefire between Afghanistan and Pakistan. It must be noted that the recent bombings by Pakistani aircraft resulted in the martyrdom of a number of innocent Afghan civilians, a clear violation of all national and international laws and of fundamental human rights. Third, I must highlight the ongoing migration crisis. In recent months, hundreds of thousands of Afghan refugees have been forcibly deported from neighboring countries, particularly Pakistan and Iran. These forced returns have occurred at a time when Afghanistan faces severe shortages in infrastructure, widespread unemployment, and a lack of basic public services. This situation has become one of the largest humanitarian crises in the region, and we call upon the IPU member states to promote humanitarian cooperation and diplomatic engagement to ensure the voluntary, dignified, and safe return of Afghan refugees. Fourth, I draw your attention to the situation of women and girls in Afghanistan. Half of our society is currently deprived of the right to education, employment, social participation, and political engagement. And such restrictions are not only in contradiction with fundamental human rights, but also with the authentic justice-based teachings of Islam. We firmly believe that a society that silences its women cannot have a bright future. Fifth, the economic crisis and widespread poverty remain grave challenges. Since the collapse of the Republic and the rise of the Taliban regime, Afghanistan's economy has suffered deeply. The unemployment of youth, the suspension of productive sectors, the paralysis of the banking system, and the halt of development assistance have pushed millions of families to the brink of starvation. Sixth, the issue of peace and Afghanistan's political future is of utmost importance. Sustainable peace can only be achieved when all ethnic groups, social classes, and political and civil actors of Afghanistan, without discrimination, participate in national decision-making. The monopolization of power and the exclusion of diverse voices will not bring stability. They will sow new seeds of unrest and future crises. We therefore emphasize the urgent need for comprehensive national dialogue, the establishment of legitimate political framework, and the holding of transparent, inclusive elections. Distinguished representatives, Afghanistan must not be pushed into the margins of global neglect. Our people deserve a better future, one founded on education, equality, justice, and lasting peace. We urge the international community to demonstrate its support, not merely through words, but through concrete and practical actions, by standing alongside the people of Afghanistan. Let me conclude with the following message. Afghanistan still stands, with the faith of its people, with the hope of its mothers, with the determination of its youth who continue to believe that justice is possible. Thank you for your attention, solidarity, and commitment to the people of Afghanistan. Thank you. Thank you.
Dear participants, now the floor is given to France, following by Japan.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, dear colleagues, while the financing of humanitarian action in the world is being challenged and conflicts and crises are multiple, it's vital to reactivate the political commitment of states to support humanitarian action and humanitarian law. In France, that undertaking through a multi-annual humanitarian strategy 2023-2027 has set itself the following objective: to defend international humanitarian law and the principles of humanitarian action. Those principles, colleagues, are now challenged by states in the context of conflicts where states are now targeting civilian populations and humanitarian workers. Humanitarian law is also under attack by budgetary cuts, about 40% of current budgets of UN agencies. France is committed to the Geneva Conventions, and we are strong advocates for the application of international humanitarian law, including in new areas such as cyberspace. In September 2024, we joined South Africa, Brazil, China, Jordan, and Kazakhstan in cooperation with the ICRC to launch a global initiative designed to re-energize humanitarian international law. And in its strategy, France has also another priority: to adapt humanitarian action to the priorities of the modern day, to better integrate climate and environmental questions by anticipating and responding to emergencies more effectively, and better taking into account the rights of women and young girls in humanitarian responses to crises with feminist diplomacy. And finally, our strategy also has the necessary financing so that our country can support countries affected by crises effectively, in particular in the Middle East, in Africa, Haiti, Myanmar and Afghanistan, either at the bilateral level or multilaterally. Since the 7th of October 2023, France is committed to the Gaza population by supporting UN and its agencies and humanitarian actors, and by delivering aid directly by air, land or sea in cooperation with Jordan and Qatar, who once again we wish to thank. But that's not enough. Now we must demand immediate, massive, unhindered access to humanitarian assistance, which are blocked at the borders. The civilian population has suffered for too long. France also provides humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, which for 4 years now has suffered from the blind destruction of the Russian forces, which are targeting civilians, hospitals, and schools. More than 10 million people have fled their homes, and about 40% of the Ukrainian population now requires humanitarian assistance. But humanitarian action is vital, and it's not enough. It must also be supported by political will to resolve conflicts and to prevent future conflicts. The IPU, dear colleagues, has its role to play, and I sincerely hope that all parliamentarians here at this assembly are fully committed to achieving peace and that we can pool our efforts to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear participants, the floor is given to Japan, followed by Mozambique.
Madam President, and my parliamentarian colleagues from around the world. I am Fuji Kazuhiro, head of the Japanese delegation and a member of the House of Councillors of the National Diet of Japan. Today, I will address the extremely important subject of international humanitarian norms, and will comment on Japan's position on this matter. First of all, Japan welcomed the first phase agreement that reached by concerned parties based on the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict on October 8, 2025. This agreement represents a significant step toward calming the situation and achieving a two-state solution. In this context, I'd like to express our respect for tireless effort of mediating countries such as United States, Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, and urge all parties concerned to implement the agreement in good faith and in a steady manner. In the Gaza Strip to date, the precious lives of numerous people, including civilians, have been lost. And the dire conditions of this humanitarian crisis cannot be overlooked. Many civilians have been sacrificed in Ukraine as well. And this tragic situation must be brought to an end without delay. Faced with this reality, we must rise above mere criticism. In particular, we must not, under any condition, compromised on stick to adherence to the principle of distinction, precaution, and proportionality, as well as the human and military necessities that are enshrined in international humanitarian law to protect human dignity in times of war. Japan is a signatory to the Geneva Conventions, as well as additional protocols, and has been deeply involved in supporting and implementing international humanitarian law. Both as a nation and as individual citizens, we Japanese deeply cognizant of the destruction and the tragedy brought by war. It was in August 80 years ago that Japan suffered the world's first nuclear attacks in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Tens of thousands of lives were lost in a flash. Those who survived suffered the effect of exposure, radiation exposure, for decades after that. It is because our nation experienced this calamity that we believe it is our responsibility to impress upon the international community that will never be repeated and reminds the world of the inhumanity of nuclear weapons. Political position may differ from country to country. However, the ethical and legal principle of protecting human life and dignity are universal values that all nations must share. Value human life is my basic tenet. I first aspired to become a politician with a belief that politics is about ensuring the safety and the security of people. I have continued throughout my career to work toward achieving this goal. Dear colleagues, our parliaments are the last bastion of peace. In closing, I wish to emphasize this. As parliamentarians, we must reaffirm the importance of the international humanitarian law and urge our government to uphold its principles. And as a human parliamentarian, each one of us has a solemn responsibility to work with our people toward entire this world peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Mozambique, following by Serbia.
Presidente, Senhor Secretário-Geral, Excelências, é com grande honra que, em nome de Sua Excelência, Margarida da Mugita Lapa, Presidente da Assembleia da República de Moçambique.
It's a great honor that on behalf of His Excellency Margarida Talapa, President of Mozambique, that I address this August Assembly to speak about our theme, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. This is a pertinent theme because our time is a time of humanitarian crisis, and every crisis has the face of human suffering. The massive displacement of civilians from their regions of origin to unknown regions translates in the loss of homes, the rupture of social ties, and the extreme vulnerability of populations. In many cases, the massive displacement of populations also results in enormous pressure on neighboring countries that already face their own internal development and stability challenges. Armed conflicts, natural disasters such as earthquakes, floods, droughts, tsunamis, and hurricanes are the fundamental cause of the humanitarian crisis we face today. In the 50 years of the independence of Mozambique, we have known humanitarian crises that range cyclically from external aggression to natural calamities and terrorism. An example of which, in our country currently, in some districts of Cabo Delgado province, we have been experiencing for about 8 years acts of terrorism and violent extremism that have been the cause for a large number of deaths and internally displaced persons, most of them women and children. In addition, droughts, floods, cyclones have become more frequent and are an aggravated concern for Mozambique. In this context, or it is in this context that, in a clear demonstration of commitment and responsibility, the government has collaborated closely with other states, with the United Nations, and with other NGOs in order to overcome the challenge of the humanitarian crisis. Madam Chair, we, as legislators, we have our share of responsibility in the process of creating a better world, free from humanitarian crises. It is our duty to translate our political will into an unwavering resolve to promote respect for international humanitarian law. Each of our countries is encouraged to domesticate the principles and rules of IHL and translate them in international policies and laws to strengthen humanitarian protection. Parliamentary diplomacy can leverage the promotion of the values of multilateralism and the Charter of the United Nations. We can deepen the sense of solidarity and broaden the scope of international cooperation to address humanitarian crises. We must make it our collective duty to protect the most vulnerable and ensure that humanitarian responses meet the needs of displaced populations, women and youth in particular. We believe that with solidarity, cooperation, and a renewed commitment to the principles of justice and humanity, and peaceful conflict resolution, we can overcome crises and build a more peaceful and prosperous future with less humanitarian crises. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Serbia, following by Libya.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, allow me to express my pleasure at the opportunity to deliver a speech on such a significant topic. All of us gather here now that international humanitarian law represents not merely a legal instrument but also the moral compass of humanity. The protection of life, health, and more broadly, of the integrity of individuals, whether in the context of armed conflicts or natural disasters, must be an imperative for the actions of states within whose borders any form of suffering or hardship of the population occurs, as well as for the entire global community. The world is globally interconnected and globally vulnerable. And this doesn't mean that it is vulnerable solely in the context of the risk of conflict spilling over or the emergence of problems that might locally threaten other nation states. We all know that a single local war can trigger food shortages on the other side of the world, and a single natural disaster can cause the migrations of millions of people. However, that is not the only aspect of vulnerability I'm referring to. Its very essence is fragile. The essence of a world in which global interconnectedness doesn't mean merely easier access from one end to the other, nor simply easier linking of people, ideas, and information. The globalization of the world has made us powerful, more powerful than ever before in the history of humankind. And yet, such power has also made us more vulnerable than ever. I am confident that each of you gathered here today shares with me the same sense of sorrow whenever you witness human suffering or any continent. That is why it is important that today here we are all united in the same efforts to be at least part of the solution to a problem far greater than the individual parliaments and states we represent. Resolving such a problem requires nothing less than our unity despite all our individual differences. Esteemed colleagues, I address you today as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia, and also as one of you who wishes and is convinced that together we can serve as a reminder of what diplomacy truly is, an act of responsibility towards humanity. Respect for humanitarian law depends not only on states, courts, and government, but also on their parliaments, because parliaments are institutions that represent the voice of the people and act as guardians of the rule of law. For more than a century, the IPU has consistently reminded us that respect for international humanitarian law is not a choice, but obligation for all of us. According to the United Nations Global Humanitarian Overview, by the end of May 2025, nearly 300 million people worldwide were in need of humanitarian assistance and protection. Multiple crises have been marked by systematic violations of international humanitarian law, including those with a catastrophic consequence for civilians. During the same period, approximately 295 million people face acute food insecurity. Sexual violence, particularly against women and girls, was extremely widespread, and there was also an increase in the number of children affected by armed conflict. Furthermore, attacks on healthcare facilities affected vital care for millions of people during the first month of 2025. Finally, in light of the climate change we were all witnessing, 2024 has proven to be the hottest year on record. In a world faced with such complex crises, no national parliament can act in isolation. Multilateral cooperation is of crucial importance as it represents not only the scope of our joint activism, but also a test of our shared humanity. Esteemed colleagues, respect for humanitarian law is not merely a matter of legal norms, although these norms constitute the essential mechanism through which we can curb, contain, and overcome such adversities. We have a moral duty through our engagement, words, and action to be the voice of those who at this moment cannot or dare not speak, for all those who suffer and perish or live with the consequences of our collective actions or inactions. I believe the most important action in that which we as representatives of our respective national parliaments can assure ourselves to serve as a reminder that it is respect for human dignity that is the foundation of every civil state and of responsible international order. A global world brings global responsibilities. The first of these is to understand, in solidarity and unity, that the suffering or hardship of each individual is also the pain and concern of all of us, and that part of the solution lies in our hands.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Libya, followed by Greece.
Madam President, Excellencies, heads of delegations, dear parliamentarians, humanity today is going through one of its most critical periods, characterized by armed conflicts and where the rules of international humanitarian law are being violated. The world is witnessing an unprecedented increase in the number of armed conflicts in more than 30 countries. It is the highest number since the end of the Second World War, leaving millions of forcibly displaced and refugees who have lost their dignity and their home. The Geneva Convention in 1949 was supposed to be a shield for humanity. However, what we're witnessing today is a systematic targeting of hospitals, healthcare workers, innocent civilians. This places us in front of a political and moral responsibility, and that is to redress and strengthen these values and guarantee their implementation without any exception. From this forum, Libya asserts that the respect of international humanitarian law is not only a political commitment, it is also a moral obligation for all countries. We also stress the need to strengthen multilateral cooperation to support humanitarian action and protect those conducting humanitarian assistance and guarantee access to humanitarian aid to those who need it. Humanitarian crises do not come in a vacuum. They are fed by poverty and extremism and other factors, in addition to inequality. Therefore, Libya calls for a comprehensive approach that links development, peace, and justice as a comprehensive approach to strengthen stability. In this context, we cannot talk about humanitarian norms without talking about the catastrophe of the Palestinian people under the Israeli occupation and the situation in Sudan and Ukraine. The killing and starvation and maiming of civilians is a stigma in our human conscience. Therefore, we call on the international community to shoulder its responsibility and put an end to the policy of double standards and take concrete measures in order to protect civilians and guarantee their rights to live in freedom and independence. Ladies and gentlemen, parliaments are faced with a pivotal and historic responsibility to protect humanitarian norms through their legislative and oversight roles. Humanitarian action cannot prosper unless thanks to our ethics and moral responsibilities. My country, Libya, despite all the challenges that we are faced with and despite all the suffering that we have undergone, after we have decided to voluntarily let go of our nuclear program, we are committed to international humanitarian law and to build a more just and fair world where human dignity is preserved everywhere. In this context, the Libyan parliament has worked on setting up a national strategy with regards to immigration and displacement based on international norms. And we call for your support in this regard. This national strategy led to the creation of the Libyan Observation Center for Immigration. Hence, the importance of the role of parliamentary diplomacy in order to be able to put an end to the suffering of the children of Africa. In the end, I can only repeat that human dignity is a priority that requires additional efforts in order to achieve our common goals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Greece, following by Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues. Our world faces one of the most severe humanitarian challenges. Over 120 armed conflicts are active worldwide, displacing more than 122 million people and leaving 310 million in need of urgent humanitarian assistance. Yet the world's attention is only limited to a few, 2, 3, or perhaps 5 conflicts that dominate the headlines of the global media. Our people ignore the drama that the rest of the world faces. The silent suffering of millions of people elsewhere remains as unseen. In some countries, people live in prosperity. In others, they simply strive to live. In the face of this unjust and fragile reality, we parliamentarians must act. The Geneva Conventions, the additional protocols, and the Convention of the Rights of the Child are not just aspirational texts. They are binding treaties, and most of them are jus cogens, reflecting universally binding principles of international law. UN Security Council resolutions that condemn unlawful attacks, grave breaches of international humanitarian law, and the war crimes are equally binding. Moreover, numerous UN General Assembly and IPU resolutions guide us toward the collective action we must take in response to such violations of the UN charters and our own resolutions and our global laws. Greece, my country, as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, stands firmly for the implementation of public international, including humanitarian law, and for the pursuit of a just society. Greece is also ready to actively participate in the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. But this is not only the UN and the intergovernmental organizations to take action. It is also us, our assembly, under the IPU, representing the entire political spectrum in our countries, not only the majority, but the whole of our populations. Our voice, when united, carries immense power. If we all call together for the end of the atrocities and the violations of humanitarian law, we will be heard. We must employ the means of preventive diplomacy, deploy fast-facting missions, and use our national parliamentary platforms to call for ceasefire and dialogue. By joint actions, we could have results. We are the guardians of our nation's legal orders and the guarantors of their alignment with international obligations. Let's ratify the humanitarian agreements if some of us have not ratified them yet. Let's exercise parliamentary oversight to ensure that our governments do respect these international instruments in practice. Let's advocate for accountability mechanisms, peace and nation-building action, and the protection of humanitarian access. For the 21st century, we have the political means and the collective intelligence to end atrocities, to stop conflicts, and to restore peace, democracy, and prosperity for our people. At the same time, we must bridge the humanitarian and environmental agendas. Let's also promote innovative financial mechanisms, such as the climate humanitarian bonds, resilient funds, and more private-public partnerships. The humanitarian funding gap remains vast. Over $56 billion is required annually, yet less than half is currently secured. The climate finance gap exceeds $6 billion per year if we are able to reach net zero by 2030. We must also mobilize at least $15 billion per year for ocean action to restore our seas. Let's save our people from the humanitarian, environmental, and climate crisis that can all of them be equally fierce due to droughts, wildfires and floods, and other extreme weather events that intensify displacement and conflict, testing the limits of humanitarian response and food security. Our legislative frameworks must therefore integrate environmental protection, disaster risk reduction, and human security goals. Dear colleagues, we are part of the Inter-parliamentary Union, the world's most inclusive multilateral forum, uniting more than 46,000 parliamentarians from 180 national parliaments, representing more than 8 million people. We are the global political community that can save the course of history. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is given to Sri Lanka, following by Finland.
Honorable President of the Assembly, honorable members of Parliament, let me elaborate on my speech on the topic of upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. According to the United Nations, the main fundamentals of humanitarian actions are neutrality, impartiality, humanity, and independence. Humanitarian action plays a critical role in crisis because it involves life-saving assistance, protecting human dignity and rights, distributing food, shelter, and health services, as well as supporting long-term development initiatives to help communities rebuild and become more resilient future challenges. We all know that, especially when a crisis occurs in a developing country, both national and international humanitarian action play a critical role. International humanitarian action as a cornerstone of global crisis response brings together coordinated effort by governments, international organizations, non-governmental organizations, and communities to provide vital assistance to population affected by conflicts, natural disasters, health emergencies, and other humanitarian challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, moving from the general topic specific, now I would like to draw your attention to the experience of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's history provides clear examples of why humanitarian norms and actions are so vital. Over the decades, our country has faced crises from conflict, natural disasters, health emergencies, and economic shocks. In 2004, for the first time, we faced a tsunami. It was the worst natural disaster in Sri Lanka's history. Around 35,000 people died and went missing. 110,000 people were damaged, houses damaged. The government, together with international and non-governmental organizations, as well as local communities, supported and provided humanitarian assistance. The tsunami was a tragic event, but it also taught us an important lesson. We need to better prepared for humanitarian action in the face of natural disasters. Sri Lankan civil war, which lasted nearly 3 decades from 1983 until 2009, between the government of Sri Lanka and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam LTTE, was another defining humanitarian crisis. It caused large-scale displacement, loss of lives, and destruction of infrastructure. Most recently, the economic crisis of 2022 tested us in a new dimension. Shortage of fuel, medicine, and essential goods affected almost every household. By 2023, some stabilization was achieved through IMF debt structuring, but many families continued to struggle, demonstration, and ongoing need for humanitarian action. Thus, in Sri Lanka, the government, international organizations, civil society groups, community and organization, ordinary citizens, all have contributed in different ways, implement humanitarian action across various crisis situations. Ladies and gentlemen, presently, we as the government of Sri Lanka are trying to move forward by achieving reconciliation among different ethnic communities. For the first time in history, our government has been elected by all the communities in the country. We have been voted by the Tamils in North as well. We have a great responsibility to fulfill our mandate. We have proactively taken steps to achieve reconciliation. Further, we have identified corruption and drug trafficking also as issues to be immediately addressed. With the primary focus of upholding rule of law, we are in a process of addressing these issues as well. It is important to highlight that in our experience, while immediate relief in such as food, shelter, clothing, clean water and medical facilities as critical during crisis in especially essential address to the long-term needs to communities. To conclude my speech, I firmly believe that in diverse countries like Sri Lanka, we are bound to follow the UN fundamental rights of humanitarian actions. These principles are essential for us to achieve national goals, promote social welfare, uphold justice, and ensure prosperity for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The floor is given to Finland, followed by Hungary.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather today to discuss how the international community can support those in need and uphold humanitarian norms, I want to emphasize one essential point. Respect for human dignity must always remain at the heart of our efforts. At the same time, we must ensure that our assistance is responsible and effective and leads lasting recovery, not to lasting dependency. The world faces increasingly complex crises, wars, violence, and political instability. In these circumstances, humanitarian aid is crucial. But for Finland, it is not merely an act of charity. It is both a moral and legal obligation grounded in the principles of humanity, impartiality, and independence. At the same time, we must remember that the true purpose of aid is to help people and communities stand on their own feet. Development cooperation should never be passive or maintain system on dependency. On the contrary, it should empower countries to build resilience, good governance, and economic self-resilience. That is why Finland's focus has been on education, employment, security, and the strengthening local communities. Upholding humanitarian norms also means protecting those who work on the front lines of crisis. The safety of humanitarian workers must be respected, and they must have unhindered access to those in need. Finland has consistently called for accountability for attacks against humanitarian personnel and for combating disinformation that undermines their work. In Finland, we know that the real security and the well-being are built in stability, work, and self-resilience. That is why we emphasize the so-called nexus approach, linking emergency relief to reconstruction and the long-term development. After crisis aid, we want the communities to be able to continue independently through education, work, and the local entrepreneurship. Many of today's crises are global in nature and affect us all. Pandemics, food insecurity, and migration do not respect borders. This is why Finland remains committed to responsibility international cooperation. But we must also ensure that every euro we invest in development cooperation produces real results. Aid must not be lost to corruption, bureaus, or projects that fail to move societies forward. Unfortunately, not all actors respect international law of humanitarian norms. Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine is a clear example of this. Daily attacks against civilians, critical infrastructure blatantly violate all humanitarian principles. This is something we cannot and will not accept. In time of crisis, humanitarian actions is not only about delivering aid, it is about defending the essence of humanity. When we protect civilians, uphold the rule of law, and to help communities regain their independence, we are building a more stable and just world. Let our message be clear. Helping is valuable when it strengthens responsibility and self-resilience. Together we can uphold humanitarian values, support those in need, and build a world where people can stand on their own feet, free from dependency and fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is given to Hungary, followed by Spain.
Honorable Madam President, dear colleagues, a crisis is an escalating tense relationship between states or groups of states that stays below the level of armed conflict. It is a primarily fought for political, economic, social and military gains. A crisis can also be deliberately provoked in order to deepen conflicts of interest. A crisis is a chain of diverse events that have emerged in society as a whole or in various areas of society and pose a threat to society and state security, which can no longer be addressed through conventional legal means. These definitions offer important learning points for legislators and political actors. First, crises are created by increasing tensions through various means and can be deliberately triggered. This statement reminds us of our political responsibility. Second, the emergence and deepening of a crisis requires the combined presence of a number of different factors. These characteristics tell us that effective help can only be provided at systemic level with a good understanding of the factors at play and the underlying reasons. Third, a deep crisis usually evolves when there is an unresolvable contradiction between two or more actors regarding the subject of the dispute, and the dispute involves interests that are existential or perceived to be such. This fact points to the importance of preventing diplomacy and the importance of the thorough and effective implementation of sustainable development goals. Fourth, when a crisis emerges, the parties do not have sufficient time to resolve the conflict, and efforts to manage or prevent the crisis fail. Thus, we must bear in mind that time is of essence in preventing and managing crises. The saying is indeed true: he who gains time gains life. We, as members of parliament who are involved in exercising one of the key forms of soft power, parliamentary diplomacy, have a key role to play in this. I consider the importance to note that, in view of the above, humanitarian aid cannot be provided according to preset templates or under rigid frameworks. Just as every community need is different, so too are the countries providing assistance with different capabilities and opportunities. Please allow me to mention a few Hungarian best practices which emphasize the support women, children and other vulnerable groups is not merely a humanitarian responsibility, but also a peacemaking task and a key prerequisite for lasting peace and regional stability. In addition to participating in peacekeeping and humanitarian operations and international aid programs, the Hungarian government has elected a unique focus for its international humanitarian and development assistance through the Hungary Helps program. Recognizing that many Christian communities around the world suffer from discrimination and even persecution, we focus our attention and resources on these communities. We do this not in an exclusionary or exclusive manner, but rather by focusing our limited resources to where they are needed most. In addition to our focus area, our international humanitarian and development cooperation also extends to other religious and non-religious groups. The essence of the Hungarian approach is that, first and foremost, we show solidarity and give attention to the community need, and secondly, we ask about what the local community considers important and necessary, and we help accordingly instead of imposing our own ideas on them. Since it launched in 2017, the Hungary Health Programme has supported more than 450 humanitarian and rehabilitation projects in 64 countries. Practical experience has confirmed the correctness of our approach. Direct support for Christian communities and institutions is not only the most effective way to provide assistance, but also contributes to the promotion of peaceful coexistence among religions, the importance of which will be also highlighted today at 2 p.m. at the Interfaith Dialogue workshop. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now the floor is given to Spain, followed by Turkey.
Many thanks, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. There are times in the history when humanity is challenged, and it isn't usually when there is prosperity, but it's during times of crisis when we are really challenged to step up. And it's an honor to participate in this general debate on a theme which is very important for our common humanity, upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. Tourism, trade, international cooperation cannot continue with such inequality and injustice and lack of security. You know, peace and solidarity cannot exist either without a firm commitment to the humanitarian principles that we all share. International humanitarian law isn't an abstract concept, a series of abstract rules. It means protecting human life and human dignity in the most challenging context. Compliance is the dividing line between civilization and chaos and barbarity. And Spain reiterates its commitment to international conventions and treaties and strengthening multilateral mechanisms that implement those conventions. In times of crisis, protecting international humanitarian law isn't optional, it's a moral duty on the part of all parliamentarians. And in times of armed conflict and natural disaster or pandemics, parliaments have a vital role. We need to guarantee that humanitarian principles aren't subjected to short-term political objectives. That's why we adopt laws, and we need to engage in oversight of humanitarian action, ensuring that the necessary resources get to the people who most need them without discrimination, delay, or misuse. And Spain has worked actively in that regard by independently evaluating impact in coordination with international organizations, ensuring that solidarity becomes a tangible outcome in the field. Parliaments also need to protect the most vulnerable: women, children, the elderly, persons with disabilities, ethnic minorities and displaced communities. Crises affect people in different ways, and the humanitarian response needs to reflect that diversity. My country supports these programs, combining protection, education and access to basic services, recognizing that no humanitarian action is complete if it leaves anybody behind. Inclusion is a key principle of the respect for human dignity. We live in an interconnected world where crises are no longer restricted to single regions, prolonged conflicts affected by climate change and forced displacement and pandemics require complex and coordinated responses. Parliaments can and must act as with a catalyzing role, and we need to promote coordination between governments, civil society, international organizations, and the private sector. Spain has this comprehensive approach where immediate responses also are combined with resilience and building sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, humanitarian funding is also a key pillar. Subject to economic and political pressure, which are challenging multilateralism, parliaments must guarantee that the funds for aid are not cut or politicized. Every euro, pound or franc or dollar designed to protect human life and promote social and economic stability in the affected communities is valuable. And Spain has always defended that priority in European fora or international organizations, and we continue to support mechanisms that ensure transparency, effectiveness, and continuity in humanitarian aid funding. It's vital for organizations to continue to play their commendable role. I'd also want to point out that humanitarian action isn't restricted to finding the resources, but it means defending dignity and inclusion, respecting diversity, and guaranteeing equal opportunity. Parliamentarians must protect the most vulnerable. In doing so, they strengthen international cooperation and respect for IHL, and that thereby contributing to building a fairer world. And we reiterate our commitment to those principles, and we call on all parliamentarians to do so as well, because in times of crisis, real leadership isn't measured by strength or force, but by their capacity to protect lives and guarantee that humanitarian action continues to be effective, inclusive, and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Turkey, followed by Lithuania.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, I stand before you today not only in my capacity as a parliamentarian, but also as a person with a disability to give voice for the millions of people with disabilities affected by the wars and conflicts around the world. My own experience gives me a deeper understanding of their struggle and a stronger sense of duty to make their voice heard. At the outset, I would like to recall the Charter of the United Nations, the cornerstone of our collective commitment to peace and humanity. It affirms the shared duty of all states to refrain from the use of force, to uphold international peace and security, and to respect and protect human rights as the foundation of a just international order. Member states have therefore pledged to act together not only for the security of their own peoples, but for the dignity, security, and well-being of all humankind. This shared responsibility calls upon every nation to translate word into action and to stand united in defense of human life and human dignity, wherever they are at risk. This moral and legal obligation is further reinforced by common Article 1 of the Geneva Convention, which stipulates that states must both respect and ensure respect for international humanitarian law, even when a country is not party to a conflict. It bears responsibility for ensuring the protection of civilians, children, women, and humanitarian personnel. The UN Security Council has consistently reinforced this obligation, emphasizing that the impact of armed conflict on persons with disabilities must be prevented. Madam President, distinguished delegates, conflicts around the world today are testing the conscience of humanity and on a daily basis. Today, nearly 473 million children, 1 in every 5 worldwide, live in conflict zones. over 52 million children in conflict-affected countries are deprived of their right to education, while approximately 25 million children between the ages of 6 and 15 are out of school. The most devastating phase of this tragedy has unfolded in Gaza, with the end of hostilities, ensuring a permanent peace and a life worthy of human dignity is now a collective responsibility of humanity. Across Ukraine, Yemen, Sudan, Somalia, and Myanmar, the right to life of women and children continues to be directly threatened. Conflict, regardless of religion, ethnicity, or identity, always struck civilians the hardest. Madam President, distinguished delegates, the responsibility of the international community cannot and must not be limited to the delivery of humanitarian assistance. It must also include ensuring accountability, ending impunity, guaranteeing safe humanitarian access, and psychosocial support system for survivors. Turkey fulfills this responsibility not only through words, but through action. In Gaza, working in partnership with UNRWA, Turkey has delivered approximately 100,000 tons of humanitarian aid and 2,369 injured Palestinians have received medical treatment in Turkey. Across Africa, particularly in Sudan and Somalia, Turkey provides food medicine, firefighting equipment, infrastructure. The Turkish Sudanese Research and Training Hospital in Niala continues to serve. In Somalia, we provide crucial health service in Recep Tayyip Erdogan Research and Training Hospital. Through these efforts, Turkey acts not only as a provider of aid, but also as a diplomatic actor, commitment to peace and reconciliation. May every word spoken here today reach a wanted children in Gaza. We hope to mother in Ukraine and bring comfort to those strangled to Syria and Yemen and Sudan. These are not distinct tragedies, they are a test of our shared humanitarian and of our collective conscience. Children are not only in a need or protection, they are at the future defenders of rights, the engineers, leaders, and partnership of tomorrow. As parliamentarians, we don't only have a moral duty to raise our voice for human dignity and for a future where every child can live, learn, and dream in peace, but also obligation as signatories to the UN Charter on the Rights of the Child, adopted by the UN General Assembly, standing that every child should be raised in the spirit of peace, dignity, tolerance, freedom, equality, and solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Lithuania, followed by Uruguay.
Madam President, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliaments, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I am glad to be able to address this important and relevant topic. Lithuania is seriously concerned by the growing number of violations of international humanitarian law. It's absolutely unacceptable that civilians, objects, humanitarian workers and journalists are increasingly being targeted, and that women and girls continue to suffer disproportionately in armed conflicts. Lithuania has been actively supporting measures to ensure accountability for the violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. International humanitarian law must be upheld. Humanitarian and medical workers must be protected. Also, adequate funding must be ensured for the humanitarian system. Lithuania is seriously concerned that the reduction in funding for international humanitarian organizations and foundations could significantly undermine the ability to respond to emergencies and effectively fulfill their mandates. The situation in Gaza has reached an unprecedented level of catastrophe, demanding our sustained attention. Lithuania urges all parties to comply with their obligations under international law. Urgent measures must be taken to address the devastating humanitarian situation, in particular the humanitarian food crisis. It is absolutely essential to ensure an impeded access and sustained delivery of humanitarian aid into and throughout Gaza. People in Lithuania remember the mass deportations of Lithuanian residents carried out by the Soviet Russia occupation regime between 1941 and 1952. During those years, hundreds of thousands of Lithuanians were deported. The brutal Soviet Russia terror was used to destroy our nation and its identity. Today, we are witnessing the same efforts in Ukraine. Russia has driven more than 1 million Ukrainian civilians from their homes and forcibly deported to the Russian territory or territories temporarily under Russia's control, in order to annihilate the Ukrainian identity and carry out forced assimilation of civilians. How our colleague Vasilenko from Ukraine said before, among those deported, there are thousands of children with Russia violating the international law and the rights and freedoms of Ukrainian children enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the rights of the child and the Hague and the Geneva Conventions. Lithuania condemns the instrumentalization of migrants for political purpose carried out by the authorities of Belarus since 2021, and more recently by Russia. We are deeply concerned by this inhumane and unacceptable practice of exploiting vulnerable individuals and risking their lives in order to advance political goals. Therefore, Lithuania has filed a case against Belarus at the International Court of Justice regarding the organized smuggling of migrants into Lithuania. We call upon international organizations to engage with the Belarusian and Russian authorities, urging them to assume the full responsibility in complying with the international legal obligations related to migration from said countries. All states must ensure that universally accepted rules and principles of international humanitarian law are respected under all circumstances. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Uruguay, followed by Palestine.
Madam President, distinguished parliamentarians, colleagues, it's an honor to represent Uruguay at this 151st Parliamentary Assembly at a time when the world is facing unprecedented humanitarian challenges. More than 120 armed conflicts are in progress, millions of people have been displaced, and there is a global humanitarian crisis that demands urgent and coordinated responses. We are meeting here today in Geneva under the symbol of multilateralism and human rights to think together about how we need to ensure respect for humanitarian norms and strengthen humanitarian action in times of crisis. So the challenge for humanitarian norms in this current context is the international crisis which is destroying law, international institutions, and the people who are supposed to protect them. The Geneva Conventions, adopted in 1949, constitute a fundamental pillar of IHL, and they were the collective response of states to the horrors of war following the Second World War, with a view to protecting the most vulnerable populations and limiting the effects of armed conflicts. Today, that international humanitarian law is facing the same challenges with civilians, children, girls, women under the rubble of Gaza. Medical personnel is coming under attack. Those providing aid are threatened by those who are threatening millions of people. More than 122 million people are considered forcibly displaced a day, while almost 310 million are in need of humanitarian assistance. And humanitarian assistance is designed to support people who are affected by crises, disasters, or conflicts. And that's threatened by the lack of resources and the weakening of the multilateral system. That's why, as parliamentarians, we need to reaffirm our commitment to international humanitarian law. So what can we do to protect humanitarian assistance in times of crisis? Well, what we can do as parliaments is to ensure that humanitarian funding is protected, especially where there are economic hardships. It's our responsibility to translate international norms into national laws, exercise oversight of governmental action, ensure that they meet their international commitments, assign resources and promote education and awareness raising. In times of crisis, parliamentary diplomacy should also be a tool for inclusion, solidarity, and cooperation. Furthermore, parliamentarians need to challenge narratives that justify violence and demand transparency in humanitarian aid delivery. Guaranteeing international humanitarian law requires a multi-sectoral response with investment in sustainable development, peace building, human rights, health, climate change, science, technology, gender equality, and youth empowerment. So, to be clear, we must invest more in peace and development and spend less on war and extermination. It's also vital that parliamentarians defend the integrity of international humanitarian law, ensure that there are national and governmental policies in place to do so. Humanitarian policy must be consistent with the aims of sustainable development and the protection of human rights. We need to consider the impact of climate change, epidemics, technological change, and promote a useful exchange of experiences. To conclude, allow me to share some proposals to strengthen our commitment. First of all, reiterate a parliamentary commitment, strengthen humanitarian action, protect humanitarian financing, adopt an inclusive approach, strengthen our parliamentary work, promote international cooperation, and promote education and awareness raising. Humanitarian crises need a collective response, and parliamentarians must guarantee that we protect humanity in times of crisis, defending the values of inclusion, solidarity, and shared responsibility, because only in that way can we provide more resilient and generous solutions. History will show us that indifference, inaction has devastating consequences, and today more than ever we need to reiterate our commitment to the defense of human dignity and humanitarian norms. Parliamentary action is key to promoting these principles and ensure that nobody is left behind in times of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Palestine.
السيدة
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliament and parliamentarians. At the outset, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the IPU for organizing the works of the 151st IPU Assembly, which is taking place at a pivotal moment that requires the international community to work hard in order to put in place policies that respect human rights and respect international humanitarian law. While Israel, the occupying force, continues to violate international instruments, the parliaments of the world have a moral and legal responsibility to face the Israeli arrogance and call for the recovery of the rights of the Palestinian people, starting with the right of return, right to self-determination, and the right to create an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as a capital. Ladies and gentlemen, while we welcome the results of the New York Conference and the Sharm el-Sheikh ceasefire agreement, we call on all parliaments of the world to work hard and seriously to protect the two-state solution, given that it is the only guarantee to put an end to the occupation and achieve peace and stability in the region. We must also implement the advisory opinion of the ICJ from July 2024. We stress the need to allow the entry of humanitarian assistance immediately to the Gaza Strip. This must not be subject to any negotiation. It is the responsibility of the occupying force and must be allowed without any restrictions or conditions. We reaffirm that the occupying force bears full responsibility for the human loss and the destruction that it has perpetrated and must fulfill its obligations under international law, particularly that the cost of reconstruction is more than $70 billion. The ceasefire agreement does not mean that we can ignore the reality, and that is the ongoing illegal occupation, and we cannot ignore the political, humanitarian, and health crises in the Gaza Strip. It is saddening to see the world remain silent in the face of images of tents being burned and killing of refugees while they sleep, in the face of the images of torture of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, and in the face of the ICRC receiving bodies of Palestinians who have clearly been tortured and their organs stolen. Ladies and gentlemen, a genocide is being committed in front of the whole world, causing more than 250,000 victims between martyred, wounded, and disappeared, most of whom are women and children. The infrastructure have been destroyed. Civilian facilities have been leveled to the ground. The health and education sectors have completely collapsed, and the occupying forces continues its systematic policies of forced displacement in an attempt to prompt the Palestinians to leave their land after the Gaza Strip has become uninhabitable, full of unexploded ordnances and thousands of bodies buried under the rubble. We call on you to act immediately within your parliaments in order to hold the perpetrators of war crimes accountable and guarantee that the occupation will pay the price of its crimes. We call on exerting pressure to allow the entry of an international fact-finding mission to the Palestinian territory. Indeed, the Israeli occupation forces continue to prevent the entry of such mission, as well as other international organizations, including the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. In this regard, we stress our full support and appreciation to the efforts of UNRWA and the ICRC in Palestine, and call on all parliaments to strengthen the principles of human rights and international humanitarian law. Ladies and gentlemen, the West Bank is witnessing daily violations and increased Israeli incursions in cities, villages, and camps. The occupying forces continue to expand settlements and erect barriers? Isn't it high time to criminalize illegal settlements and prevent commercial dealings with settlers? It is high time to stop arming a country that is perpetrating war crimes against unarmed civilians for more than 78 years. The incapacity of the international community from achieving concrete results does not exempt parliaments from their moral obligations. They are the true representatives of the will of the people. They must redress the balance and set up rules to protect international law, prevent genocide, and recognize the creation of an independent Palestinian state. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear participants, before we conclude, I would like to give the floor to Turkey, who would like to exercise the right of reply. Honorable our colleagues from Turkey, you have the 2 minutes from your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is regrettable that
Öncelikle, just a second please.
the allegation of an invasion does not reflect the fact in Cyprus. The presence of Turkish forces on the island is based on the 1960 international treaties within the framework of Turkey's rights and obligations as a guarantor power. From 1963 to 1974, Turkish Cypriots faced a campaign of violence and ethnic cleansing by Greek Cypriot forces. They were forced to live in small enclaves under siege, confined to only 3% of the island. In 1974, when the Greek junta and its collaborators on the island staged a coup d'etat aiming to annex the island to Greece, Turkey was left with no choice but to act in full accordance with the Treaty of Guarantee. Since then, Turkey has been safeguarding preventing the repetition of those past tragedies. Let us recall that no one of the relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions describe Turkey's 1974 intervention as an invasion, nor the continued presence of Turkish troops as an occupation. Madam President, as a dual citizen of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, I was present during the presidential elections held on 19 October. Once again, the Turkish Cypriot people demonstrated their strong commitment to democracy despite the unjust isolation they continue to face. These elections reflected both the free and sovereign will of Turkish Cypriots and the vitality of their democratic culture, as well as strength of the democracy and state tradition of Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. We believe and hope the outcome will serve the peace, stability, and prosperity of the Turkish Cypriot people and the island as a whole. Guarantor Turkey will continue to stand by the Turkish Cypriot people, supporting their peace, welfare, and development in line with its historical, legal, and humanitarian responsibilities and the realities of the island. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, also Pakistan wants to reply. Pakistan, you have the 2 minutes from your seat.
Madam President, I'm taking the floor to respond to some baseless and misleading remarks made by an Afghan whose very credentials as a parliamentary delegation are dubious, as currently there is no parliament in that country. Pakistan has been a victim of cross-border terrorism, including from Fitna-e-Kharij in Afghanistan. More than 90,000 Pakistanis have been martyred, including women, children, and prayer sites. Unprovoked actions aimed at destabilizing the Pak-Afghan border belies the overall spirit of peaceful neighborhood and cooperative relations between the two brotherly countries. Pakistan, exercising its right of self-defense, not only effectively repulsed the recent assaults all along the border, but also inflicted heavy losses on Taliban forces and affiliated Kharjis. In our targeted and precise response, all possible measures were taken to prevent any collateral damage and protect civilians. Pakistan greatly values dialogue and diplomacy and a mutually beneficial relationship with Afghanistan. Pakistan urges the Afghan Taliban authorities to honor their commitments on the international community and address Pakistan's legitimate security concerns by taking verifiable action against terrorist entities, including the TTP and BLA. Madam President, for 4 decades, Pakistan has hosted over 4 million Afghan refugees, consistently demonstrating generosity and compassion in managing one of the world's largest and most protracted refugee situations. Throughout this period, Pakistan ensured the access to education, healthcare, and livelihood opportunities. We continue to facilitate legal avenues for Afghans seeking to enter Pakistan after obtaining visas for education, business and trade, medical treatment, and family visits. I thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, thank you to all. And the general debate will resume at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.